Wait till the morning, but I promise I won't rush on you. I'll wait till the morning. I'll take my time on you. Screaming, I got you screaming. I got you screaming. I got you screaming.
Shorty, tell me what you need, tell me what you need. Shorty, meet me at the room, yeah. Number 2410. Baby, come by when you're ready. Leave the door unlocked for the ice and the Henny. Number 2410. Shorty, meet me at the room, yeah. Number 2410. Baby, come by when you're ready. Leave the door unlocked for the ice and the Henny.
Number 2410. Can't wait till the morning, but I promise I won't rush on you. Can't wait till the morning, but I swear I'll take my time on you. I got you screaming, I got you screaming, I got you screaming, I got you screaming.
You know I hate to wait. I need you right now. Tryna see how much that she can take. I'ma have her screaming loud, so loud. Face down, ass up. Promise you won't fall in love, cause we both know entanglements get dangerous.
She wanna know how I feel, she wanna fuck with a real one. I put something in your tummy, now you all in your feelings. I put you in Gucci, you gave me that cookie. Put you in Prada, girl, I ain't no rookie. I see you looking from a mile away, from a mile away. Life's too real, we don't waste time. Keep it all day late. All in my bag, I'm all in my bag.
Number 2410. Baby, come by when you're ready. Leave the door unlocked for the ice and the Henny. Number 2410. Shorty, meet me at the room, yeah. Number 2410. Baby, come by when you're ready. Leave the door unlocked for the ice and the Henny. Number 2410.
Can't wait till the morning, but I promise I won't rush on you. Can't wait till the morning, but I swear I'll take my time on you. I got you screaming, I got you screaming, I got you screaming, I got you screaming.
When you come around, I want this for real, so don't let me down. This is nothing basic, so I hope you're ready. This time when you chase me, I'ma let you catch me. No, I won't find no objections from me this time. The mood is right, do whatever to me that you like. No downtones, no danger zones, just alone with you. A wet dream with ice cream, a movie scene with you. I'm ready, a movie scene with you.
Show you me at the room, yeah. Number 2410.
Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Peace. Assalamu alaikum. Shalom. Hotep. Namaste. Jambo. Ashe. Good evening. Good night. The witching hour. Good day. All the greetings of love and light to the darkest minds of the light. This is Napashada. And I need to go over something that's been on my mind, and something that I tried to address when I was on the panel with Cedric of the Pseudo Killers. But when you were busting his pinata, he just can't be quiet. And it's not any love lost. I consider Cedric to be a very nice person. He's not an evil person, but he's disingenuous. I'm coming right out the box. When he doesn't know something, like many people who are pompous and condescending, when he doesn't know something, he won't just say, you know what, I'm not really super familiar with that, but I do know about, the heating process and burning, and I know about oxidation. So let me take a stab at it. Instead, he's like, oh, I'm going to teach you this. He wasn't familiar with it. And that was my point when I initially brought it up, to talk about how people like a pseudo killer like Cedric and many others, not all pseudo killers, okay, because they don't all do this, but many people like Cedric, they pretend to know everything. And that when you pump yourself up that high, you don't admit that you're not familiar with everything, you have a long way to come down. Your fall is pretty hard. So without further ado, I know it's late. It's not about numbers. So if you are in here, just listen. Thank you. And I hope you learn from this. And, just listen to Cedric. Listen to him pretending and taking a stab at spontaneous combustion, but with his closed mind. That was my point. He tries to explain that it's not really it's not combusting from an internal source. We think it is, because we're so stupid, meaning me. I'm so stupid. I think it's like, wow, magic tricks, mommy. When I was talking to him, on a scientific level, and he wanted to explain spontaneous combustion by knowing what he knows about phosphorus. By the way, phosphorus, come on, all matches are made of phosphorus, right? So he's an intelligent man. Some people say, oh, you're taking it away. He's smarter than you. No, he isn't. He may be as smart, and that's questionable, but he's definitely not smarter. You know why? Because when he doesn't know something, he doesn't just say, I don't know it. That's a sign of someone who's not smart. Just say, you know what? I know you're intelligent, Cedric. Why don't you just say, I know the basics of like burning and things that burn, and basically oxidation. So I'm going to talk about, can I talk to you about oxidation? And then you can tell me more about spontaneous combustion. No, he can't do that. He never can, because he's so pompous. And that's very common for certain people who, I don't want to go too deep personally, because I don't want to make this a personal thing, but people like Cedric, who calls himself a pseudo killer, and he does have a science background. So do I. But I try to speak in layman terms. Who do I have to impress with super scientific jargon and vernacular? Who? I want people to get it. And maybe he's not capable of doing that, but I am. So you'll see the clip, and then we're going to read all about combustion, spontaneous combustion, and all the good stuff in between. Okay? Let's listen. Let's go to the clip. I have it queued up. And let's listen to him. And I will prove that he just pretends to know things. That's so such a lame thing to do. And so just admit you didn't know it. Here we go. But then he went and brushed up on it. I bet he knows it now. He's not, like I said, he's intelligent. But you didn't know, you couldn't fully explain it. Because what you would have said right away is, oh, spontaneous combustion? Oh, you mean like when something combusts from its own internal ignition without anything starting it, without any external ignition, without when you hear me say pushing it or something that happens outside, I don't want to give him too much information because I knew if I would have said anything, he would have picked up on it, being the scientific grifter that he is. Okay. And you're not a pseudo killer, you're a pseudo grifter. Yes, I'm going to go in and, oh, don't call names. I'm just telling the truth. He knows that I haven't called him any names, like looked at him and said, oh, you look like this, you look like that, or your mama this. I'm talking about the science and the way he's conducting himself. Okay. You're not slick. I see through, and it's all love. Like I said, I mean, I don't wish ill on him, but I lose respect for people who pretend to know more than what everybody else knows. You know a lot more than what people know, but you want to act like you know everything. You don't. And without further ado, let me prove it. So this is the clip of when I asked him, because I was going in, I'm so bored with the ridiculous pseudo killers. Like, who made them the head of all the community when it comes to science? I don't think so. Okay. Now I'm going to step to you. Like I said, I'm not Dulcinea, and it's no diss on Dulcinea, but it's just real. The stuff she was bringing, they were making fun of her because she was hitting it from the wrong angle. I'm going to step to you with conventional science, and then we're going to do the spooky stuff and the phenomenal stuff, which is spontaneous combustion. That doesn't mean that I just think, oh, mommy, look, it exploded. Wow, that's a cool thing. Everything has a reason, but there is no, I want you to remember, we're talking about heat. We're talking about fire and combustion. Check. So, of course, that means ignition. I didn't want to use that language with him too much because I know he's slick. But we're talking about lighting a fire. Okay. Lighting. And we're going to read all about ignition, the definitions, combustion. So he knows that. So that's why he went straight to oxidation and phosphorus. Nobody ever said oxidation isn't a part of spontaneous combustion, but it doesn't define spontaneous combustion. That's like him. You could say oxidation for any type of combustion, any type of ignition, any type of fire, basically, any type of combustion. So he was just being very vague in general, and I am going to play it, but I need to do my preface before I go in because he didn't know. Because if he knew, he would have said, oh, you mean when something internally ignites on its own without any external source? Oh, yeah, I've heard. I mean, that's what I know about it, just in the gist of it. He didn't know. Because you know why he didn't know? Because he kills himself by saying the sun ignites phosphorus. He died. So let's listen. Remember, when you hear him saying oxidation, don't fall for that because oxidation is just the release of electrons. It's just something basically reducing, okay? Which when things burn, they reduce, right? So he's not dumb. He uses basics, phosphorus. Remember, I said phosphorus. That's what the stuff on the tip of the matches, it's a chemical. And then he goes to oxidation, two basic things. And then he does a dance. He's like, oh, these people are so stupid. I don't know it, but they won't know that I don't know because I'm just going to say a bunch of stuff that kind of relates to it. But I don't know what the hell I don't know about spontaneous combustion. All I know is that I laugh at it and pretend that, oh, you're so dumb. You think it's just happening. No, Cedric, I don't. You didn't know the process. I even said scientifically. Why would I think that just out of the blue that like a rabbit pulled out of a hat? Like I said, you're dealing with someone who knows science. Sorry. And that burns you up, no pun intended. Now let's listen. Let me start this. I want you to listen carefully. Don't fall for his prestidigitation, as our brother Jabari says. Listen, Cedric, for a minute. You're not doing anything as far as being the leaders. You are repeating information. What I do and what others do, especially me, is get science. Let me give you an example, everybody. I was just reading him his rights about, oh, we're the pseudo killers. We're not impressed. I know I'm not. People who do science aren't impressed by people who just, I mean, I'm sorry. I love you, Unc, but come on, your team, you're condescending and you don't have that kind of flex. You don't have that kind of flex to condescend. Now, Cedric isn't like Unc so much. Unc actually, if he doesn't know it, he will go look it up. He's not embarrassed to do that. That's what I respect. Unc will actually say, oh, I don't know. Let me look it up. I don't give a damn if you think I don't. That's intelligence. Okay? You get what I'm saying? But Cedric is one of those hoity-toity, oh, I'm going to pretend I know it because I know she doesn't know. No, you wrong. You didn't know the information. And I'm going to show the people right now. Should have said, let's look it up. I'm not fully familiar with it. I mean, I know pretty much the burn process of combustion. I mean, I know about oxidation and combustion as a whole, pretty much. I have a grip on that because I'm a biologist, but I don't know what the hell really goes on with spontaneous combustion. I don't. So unlike Unc, I'm not going to go look it up. I'm going to sit here and pretend because I'm going to gamble that you're just as dumb as I think everyone else is, which nobody's dumb, really. Get it? But he thinks we're all dumb. So I'm just going to start spewing a few things that, like when you don't study for a test and you get a test and the professor says, okay, I want you to write a paragraph. Tell us, what spontaneous combustion. Can you define it? And then he's on his paper. Well, I know about combustion pretty much. I mean, I know about the gist of all of it. Let me see. When something oxidation is the process that there is oxygen, and then let me think. What else can I say? What's really combustible? Easily combustible. I know, phosphorus. And phosphorus is a chemical. Yeah, God, I should have studied, but I think I can get at least a half a point on this. Been there, done that, Cedric. This wasn't a exam. You should have just been honest with the community and said, I'm not really familiar with the full definition and the process of how I've heard of spontaneous combustion, but because I'm such a closed-minded atheist, I thought somebody told me that it's phenomenal. And when I heard the word phenomenal, I said, oh, I don't have to research that. Wrong. Okay. I know you're going to hold back your laugh, but is spontaneous combustion pseudo, Cedric? Someone who has a full grasp on that particular question, the question and the topic of spontaneous combustion, a real scientist would have said, no, it's not pseudo, not scientifically pseudo, but do you mind if I explain it? Remember, he's supposed to think, he thinks he's smarter than everybody scientifically. Remember that. I'm not just talking about regular Joe Schmo. Let me take a stab at it. Well, I know that it's not pseudo for sure because, there's all kinds of information out there. NASA is talking about it, the Department of Energy. So basically, what I know about spontaneous combustion is that it is actually an internal reaction as far as the ignition goes. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing external pushing the object to combust, or aka catch on fire. There's nothing external pushing it to catch on fire. So that would be the gist of it. I don't really know any more details on it, but can we look it up? Then I would have said, oh damn, I'm impressed. But I knew he was a fake and a pseudo. When I say fake, I'm not saying he's not smart. I'm saying he acts like he knows everything, and I kicked his ass in 1 second because I just threw spontaneous combustion out. And what he did is try to twist it like, you think that it's just happening with nothing around it. That's dumb. Why would I think that? Why would I think that it's just happening? It's science. We're talking about the natural world. But it's phenomenal because it's internally igniting without any type of external heat source. No fire is lighting it up. That's the amazing part. Of course, the oxidation is taking place. That's oxidation is the release of electrons. It's the breakdown of something. So you're not using the word oxidation is just you trying to fly by the seat of your pants. I can read you. Because when I know it, I know it. And I can sniff out when people are just capping. And I don't mind a cap. Nothing's wrong with capping. His cap comes along with a condescending, oh, I know so much more than you. No, you don't. And I just busted your pinata. Let it play. I asked him about spontaneous combustion. He says, in what context? He lost already. That lets me know he's taken he might be a super clandestine Googler, by the way. You know that other hand that you can't see in this frame? That shit might be just Googling away. But why don't you just say, let me look it up? Stop acting like you know it when you don't. Let me play it.
In which context? Because you seem to be often confusing context of the discussion.
Right away, he starts talking about let me not curse. I seem to be confusing context. I asked him one question. This is why I'm busting him up right now. He is a he thinks nobody else in this community knows science besides the pseudo killers. Are you that stupid? Yes. Are you? You want to talk about me? I keep it real. I don't need to sugarcoat it. Are you really that daft? I ask him a simple scientific question and he goes into condescending. You seem to be confusing. No, I asked you a simple question and you're not answering it. You didn't know the answer. So you said, I know what I'll do. This is my tactic. I'm going to belittle and condescend. That always worked for me before. Let's listen. Let me give you an example, everybody. I know you're going to hold back your laugh, but is spontaneous combustion pseudo, Cedric?
In which context? Because you seem to be often confusing context of the discussion.
What are you talking about? We were talking about science. In what context? Spontaneous combustion. Is it pseudo? If you know the science, you would say no, of course not. We see it taking place in coal and in mechanic shops with dirty, oily rags, and it happens in compost piles. Farmers know it's spontaneous combustion. If you ask a farmer who deals with a lot of methane, there's a lot of cow manure going on and composting. If you ask a farmer, is spontaneous combustion real, Farmer John? You better believe it is, Missy. I've seen many a pile of compost explode on its own. No fire, no sunlight at all. Now, if he was listening to a farmer say, I saw a pile of manure explode, he would do his goofy laugh where he bounces back and forth. But that would be before he researched spontaneous combustion, which he did since I busted his pinata. I'm taking it real slow. I'm slow roasting you. Let's listen to this pseudo grifter who didn't know basic information on spontaneous combustion. Basic thermodynamics. See, family? You scared, huh? Is
So
spontaneous combustion? I'm gonna ask you again. You're the pseudo. You're the scientific leader. Is spontaneous combustion?
Are you going to let the greedy heating companies and their crazy high prices decide if your family is allowed to stay warm this winter?
And don't talk yes or no. And don't talk about she's so turned up. He's always, before he came on, when Sonetta was talking about me and bringing out the retrovirus information, my debate, he had to hit the panel and talk. Oh, I was saying that Corona is gonna be. You didn't say shit about retroviruses to Dulcinea. Okay, you didn't, because he hit the panel with his condescending before I played. So I'm telling you, before you see this part, I'll go back later. He's like, she really didn't. Nepal did bring it out, and I said it was great, but she didn't do anything impressive. Who told you to come in here and get your pinata busted open?
No, it's not pseudo. It depends on the context.
Oh, did you hear that? No, it's not pseudo, but it depends on the context. No, you're not a scientist. Take several seats. You're a church hurt atheist. I don't know who beat your behind to make you go to church. Your grandma or your mama, because you always trying to cover yourself to make sure that God or spirit or something doesn't come in. Nobody said anything about anything besides spontaneous combustion. I didn't say human I know that's what he's thinking. Human spontaneous, or maybe he's just thinking I'm going to say God set it on fire. Okay, he's church hurt and church shook. What do you mean it depends on the context? It doesn't depend on the context. Scientifically, is it pseudo or not? No, it isn't. That's it. Grand opening, grand closing. But he doesn't know it. So when you hear him go into oxidation, of course, remember, this is a guy who he's a biologist or a phlebotomist. I don't even know if what he's doing. He's professor on Gilligan's Island. I don't know. All I know is that he's smart enough to start talking about oxidation and phosphorus and things like that. But we saw him die when he said, you put it on a rock and then the sun will make it ignite, and it seems to spontaneously combust, but it's not. That's when I know he doesn't know anything about it. Thank you for showing us, and I'm gonna let you hear it, but I'm slow roasting. That's when I found out for sure. I already knew it. I took a gamble because he's not a dumb guy, but I said, let me throw this out here, and I caught a big ass pseudo grifting fish. Okay. When he said you put the phosphorus on the rock and the sun burned, the heat from the sun ignites the phosphorus, he died. That is exactly opposite of spontaneous combustion. It has to be something outside. And again, when you hear me say pushing it or outside, I didn't want to say ignition or anything to help this super expert of sleight of hand, science grifting shucklebuck. So I just made sure I took my time. He said, well, what? See, he was fishing. What do you mean about what context? You ain't going to fish over here. I'm fishing for you. I fished and caught a big ass grifting, pseudo grifter, fake shucklebucking. What do you call yourself? Professor from Gilligan's Island. Okay, it depends
So
on
if you expose a stick of magnesium to air, it will combust.
When you expose a stick of magnesium to air, it will combust. Okay, hold that thought. Let me read this to you. I'm going to show you a paper. I'm going to read what he's alluding to, or what he's grasping for straws, no pun intended, when we talk about spontaneous combustion, because it happens in haystacks. He's grasping for spontaneously combusting straws. He's talking about things that are pyrophoric. Now, I'll get the information. I'm going to show you the whole paper. We're going to learn today too. I'm not just roasting Professor from Gilligan's Island. I'm also going to show you the information so we all can learn together as they say on pseudo killers, but they're condescending. We're really going to learn together. I know the information, but I want to share it with people so they can beat up people like Cedric and anyone else who tries to condescend to people when it comes to science. I do the same thing with the Bible. I say, I'm going to tell you about the Bible and how you can beat people up when they try to tell you something about the Bible. So I'm doing the same thing with the science. Now, pyrophoric materials have the potential to spontaneously ignite upon exposure to the oxygen in air, and in many cases are also water reactive. Let me ask my family this question. And of course, this is late. I'm not looking for a real response. You breathe oxygen, right? Can oxygen make your lungs catch on fire? Think about it. Yes, I get it. Oxygen. See, this is what he would have done. He with his pseudo grift dance. Oh, you don't know that oxygen is, you need it to have a fire. Listen, I'm going to say it again. Is oxygen going to set your lungs on fire? No, it isn't. That's the answer. What about water? Is water going to set your lungs on, or when you drink some water, are you going to set your throat and your stomach on fire? No. So he's grasping at straws and he says, you can expose a stick of magnesium to air. Again, this one, I know he doesn't know he might now. He did not at that moment understand what spontaneous combustion is, because he was on the right track, but he was traveling without a map, but he kind of knew his way. You understand what I'm saying? He's disingenuous. If I ask you, do you know the way? And you say, sure, I do, of course. And you're too stupid to know. And I'm the one that knows the way too. That's what he's doing. You're too stupid to know the way. Of course I know the way, but he doesn't have a map. But he has some ideas of how to get there. That's what he was doing. So then he starts talking about, I thought you were a super scientist, because as God is my witness, I already knew about pyrophoric materials. I already knew about the process of how it works, what he was explaining. He doesn't seem to know that all of that can be related to, yes, spontaneous combustion. Now, some people might say, well, why was he saying it then? Again, you got to remember he's smart. But if he was really having a grip and a grasp of the information and what spontaneous combustion is, he would have been clear and clearly said, this is what happens in spontaneous combustion, Napa. This and this and this. He was just saying a bunch of shit, throwing a bunch of stuff at the wall, making sure, seeing if it'll stick. That's disingenuous when you pretend to be the leader and the top paramount of all scientific information in the community. You pretend that you're so much smarter scientifically than everyone. But really, you are just throwing spaghetti against the wall and seeing if it's ready to eat. Oh, it's sticking. Oh, there you go. I'm going to throw this out. Yeah, I got it. You're disingenuous. You were throwing a bunch of shit out, and I figured out, and I let the people see that you're a fake. And I'm going to play it. You're a fake. Mr. Scientist didn't know how to say, oh, and that's called pyrophoric, the process I'm talking about. And I'm not going easy on him. Anyone else would say, okay, well, it doesn't matter. He pretends that he's so much smarter than everybody in science. If you're so much smarter, how come you didn't just say, in that term, what I just explained is pyrophoric or pyrophoricity? Pyrophoricity. You didn't know because you're fake. Let's keep listening.
If you expose some hydrogen, it can automatically combust. So there are elements that exposed to air, which are going to consume oxygen, are going to appear to automatically go into auto combustion. However, it is a reaction with oxygen that.
Notice that he doesn't know what he's talking about. You've got to be very careful listening. So he says a couple things. He's on the right track, but then we lost him. Oh, damn, he almost had it. He almost had it. He says, well, we can expose a stick of magnesium to the air and it'll explode. It'll combust, and then, we got this other thing. We put some water on it. And it was almost there. What he should have said is, if he knew what spontaneous combustion is, he would have said, and then that could have caused an internal ignition and an internal reaction. And then that would be the definition of, it's not pseudo. No, we lose him when he goes into, there's a reaction, but everything is natural, and he starts going all broad on us. No, come back. You were almost here. You're cold. You were hot. Come on, come back. No, stop. You're good at grifting, but I got you. You're a fake. You didn't know it. You're a great guesser, though. And I'm not knocking you, but I'm knocking you because I'm not knocking you on the guess. I'm knocking you because you pretend that you're so much smarter than everybody, and you didn't have a grip on it, and you're getting your pinata busted for that.
So if you expose a stick of magnesium to air, it will combust. If you expose some hydrogen, it can automatically combust. So there are elements that exposed to air, which are going to consume oxygen, are going to appear to automatically go into auto combustion.
Stop. Appear to automatic. No, they're actually combusting. They don't appear to combust. They actually combust. And using oxygen as your crutch to say, well, I said oxygen, duh. You know what I'm saying? It's like you keep saying oxidation, duh. I'm asking you about combustion. So you being somewhat scientific, you're going to go to the things that you basically know. And spontaneous combustion is quite basic. And now you know about it because you researched it. You weren't interested in it before. So he's going to say, however, and he's going to lose us.
However, it is a reaction with oxygen that is taking place.
Notice that I need to point out this is science. We're not going to let him have any leeway because he's a big mouth fake who acts like he knows everything. I'm killing you now. You're not, you wanted this. You say nobody could touch you. You just said a reaction. Duh. The key is internal reaction. The key is internal reaction, internal ignition, internal, nothing exterior, nothing on the external, nothing outside. And again, I'm very careful when I'm talking to him because I know he's slick. I can already see he's dancing. He doesn't know the way he's talking. He's not going straight to the point, but he's very good at the dance. However, we see that your shoes don't fit. They're too big, and you're about to trip and fall on your face.
So
contextual with oxygen. So you're saying that it's not spontaneous, or it is spontaneous? Notice I go back because I'm good at corralling the wildlings when they come to their fakeness. I can sniff them out. I'm good at corralling them. I'm like, let me get him back in here because I know he's trying to do his wiggle. So is it spontaneous or is it not spontaneous? Then he gets back in the corner and he has to try to wiggle his way back out. Let's listen. Now, remember, he's a super scientist. He's never mentioned, it's internal reaction. It's internal ignition. There is no external source. And when I say pushing it, meaning bringing it to, I'm very careful with him. There's no external source that's making it combust or ignite. Okay? There's no external source. He would have been specific with that because that is how you explain spontaneous. That's the first thing you do when you were explaining spontaneous combustion is talk about internal reaction and internal ignition. He doesn't say it. I corral him back into the corner and listen what he says.
Define spontaneous.
Scientifically, spontaneous would mean There you go. I thought you were a super scientist. You don't. Why do I have to define spontaneous? Boogie woogie, professor from Gilligan's Island, super pseudo killer grifter. What do you mean? I asked you about spontaneous combustion. Now you were just explaining it. Now I got to define it again. Mean that nothing caused, and I'm taking my time. When I say nothing caused it, I'm talking about the combustion, which he should know. I'm talking about the ignition. I'm very careful not to say ignition or trigger him to, oh yeah, of course. You're not going to jump on my words. Watch when I say at the end, outside of it. Watch him say no. I want you to listen. He asked me to define spontaneous. Nothing pushed it. I'm saying this for layman terms. Nothing pushed it to explode. So there was nothing that something outside. That's what I'm saying. Nothing outside of it caused it to explode.
No.
All right, you heard him. I don't even have to play any more of it, but I am. If you know what spontaneous combustion is, and somebody says the key words, nothing outside of it caused it to explode. If somebody says spontaneous combustion, I'm asking you, do you agree that nothing outside of it causes it to explode, aka ignite? He says no, because he died. He didn't know what it was. I'm slow roasting you, fine-tooth comb. You didn't know. You did, but you know now. I bet you know now. You didn't know. Because I sneaked in there and I said, let me see what I can say to this pseudo basic professor from Gilligan's Island guy using coconut shells as a beaker and you know, whatever he's using, palm fronds. I have no idea. If anyone's seen Gilligan's Island, you know what I'm talking about. He reminds me of Killigan. Professor was pretty smart, so this isn't a diss. But he was flying by the seat of his pants. So, when he said no, it confirmed to me that he was a pseudo fake. But he gives me a bonus cherry on the top when he talks about, he's going to go into his rigmarole, you know, the professor of Gilligan's Island's waltz and the pseudo killer break dance. He's going to start tutting and pop locking, but then he's going to finally say, you can put phosphorus on a rock and the sun will heat it up and make it burn. And then it'll appear to be, you know, spontaneous combustion, but it isn't. He did the cherry on the top. Take a seat. Now let's listen. I'm going to play it back a little bit because I love to let you hear his answer. He said no. Let's get it again.
Nature is causational.
Okay.
Causational.
No kidding. What are you talking about? That's like somebody saying to me, do you understand the digestive process? And I go, yeah, it's all natural. That's exactly what he just did. Do you understand the digestive process? Like, can you give me some basics on it? Of course, it's all natural. That's what happens. I mean, you take a bite of something, chew it up, and you think it's going down through your esophagus, past, you know, after you swallow it. You think it's going through your pyloric valve into your stomach, but it's all natural, basically. That's not really digestion. It's natural, you know. You've got everything surrounding you in your environment. You're breathing oxygen, you know, and the food is breaking down. It's just like oxidation, you know. Basically, that's what he's doing. That's exactly what he's doing. So you basically don't know. Why don't you just say, I don't know, let's look it up? Or could you tell me, Nepal? Because you're proud, you have an ego, and you died. You're haughty. So when you're high up, you have a long way to fall. And you're falling right on your face but I get one good pinata stick whack on you before you hit the ground, and that makes me happy. Let's listen to him again. Die. Okay, so you're saying that it is spontaneous combustion. Then you say it's possible.
I say the appearance of something, for example, a stick of magnesium or phosphorus. You let phosphorus, you put some white phosphorus on a rock, exposed to sunlight, it's going to start to burn. The appearance of spontaneity, whatever, it's a reaction with the atmosphere. So in nature, everything is causal. So to assume that without a reaction, to assume that without reaction, without cause, that something is going to automatically just combust is not scientific.
Okay, so that tells me more that he's absolutely clueless. Nobody said there's no reaction, dummy. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm calling him names. I don't care. I get called names all the time. You do act dumb. I have to say at least one dummy. Nobody, believe me, I'm not going to be heard somebody call me a dummy if I'm being one. Nobody ever said there's not any type of natural reactions going on, obviously, but the reaction is internal. That's the key to it being spontaneous combustion. There is no external heat source. There is no external ignition. It is internal. You didn't know, and you keep on killing you're done. I'm going to play it all back without interrupting, but listen to him try to dance his way. This tells you don't know, and I'm going to read you the information you're going to find out if you are not familiar. That doesn't make you stupid. We're going to talk about spontaneous combustion and all kinds of combustion, and then when you hear it, you'll be like, "Damn, yeah, he was capping. God damn, he was capping hard." Let's listen. Nothing caused it to. Nothing pushed it. I'm saying this for layman terms. Nothing pushed it to explode. So there was nothing that something outside. That's a keyword, external, aka outside. That should have right away. Professor from Gilligan's Island should have caught on to that. Watch him say no. I said so. It means nothing externally, nothing from outside caused it to explode, aka ignite, aka combust. Watch his answer. So I'm saying nothing outside of it caused it to explode.
No. Nature is causational.
What? Why'd you have that on? What you the one that sounds spooky. We already know that. We don't need you to say that. I'm serious. These people make me laugh. No. Nature is causational. Did anybody ask you what? What are you talking about? It's like, so did you see the lady's nails? They look so nice. She got them done. Humans have 10 fingers. What the fuck? I didn't ask you that, bro. I said, did you see how nice her fingernails look? Humans have 10 fingers and 2 hands. Nobody asked you that. You're cap. You are capping, and I want people to see how cap you are. Because some people, they say, I don't have time for all this science. Some people are not interested in science. Nobody said nature is in. Let me just let you play it. Let me play it so I can laugh again. So there was nothing that something outside. That's what I'm saying. Nothing outside of it caused it to explode.
No, nature is causational.
Nobody asked you about nature and it being causational. I'm talking to you, asking you about spontaneous combustion, and you said no. When I ask you, does it mean that nothing outside caused it to explode? Does spontaneous combustion, I'm going to say it again. I asked him, does spontaneous combustion mean that nothing outside caused the item to explode, aka catch on fire? You get it? Ignite. Okay? Combust. He says no. And then he says no. He says no, and he says fire is hot. Something that's the equivalent to his when he added on nature is causational. Why are you trying to make people think something else? We're having a scientific conversation. I'm not apostle. Now let's listen to that again. Let's listen to him die, and then he's already killed himself right here. Then he's gonna go in and say this thing about the sun making the phosphorus catch on fire, and that's what we think is spontaneous combustion, but it's really not. Killed yourself. No, that's a type of combustion, professor from Gilligan's Island. That's a type of combustion, but it's not spontaneous combustion. So take several seats. Let's listen to him say no, and then throw out that that Tourette's nature's causational. What'd you say, bro? Why'd you say that? Huh? What? Squares have 4 sides. Well, I'm sorry. Triangles have 3 sides. We know. Why are you saying that? Nobody asked you that.
To automatically go into auto combustion. However, it is a reaction with oxygen that is taking place. So
It's a
contextually,
reaction with oxygen. So you're saying that it's not spontaneous, or it is spontaneous?
define spontaneous.
Scientifically, spontaneous would mean that nothing caused it to, nothing pushed it. I'm saying this for layman terms. Nothing pushed it to. Being careful with the pseudo grifter, because he's fishing for me to say something, because he's very clever. He's not stupid, but he's not as smart as he tries to look down his nose to everybody that he acts like he is. Okay. And I'm finally, just like I said to my sister Dulcinea and to him, I was sitting back letting them do this whole primate talk. Let's just get the science and do this. And he agreed with me on that. But see, I got something for you, Cedric. And you're going to wish that you never underestimated me. And I'm not flexing. I'm checking you. Explode. So there was nothing that, something outside. That's what I'm saying. Nothing outside of it caused it to explode.
No. Nature is causational.
Okay, so you're saying that it is spontaneous combustion. Then you say it's possible.
I say the appearance of something, for example, a stick of magnesium or phosphorus. You let phosphorus, you put some white phosphorus on a rock, exposed to sunlight, it's going to start to burn. The appearance of spontaneity, whatever, it's a reaction with the atmosphere. So
that's a lot. He doesn't. You heard him say it's a reaction to the sun. That's what he said. But he knows how to. He's like a politician / professor scientist on a stranded island, the deserted island. What are you talking? Get to the point. You're a scientist, I thought. Why are you not talking straight? Why are you waltzing me around the whole loop-de-loop? Why are we doing square dance?
in nature, everything is causal. So to assume that without a reaction, to assume that without reaction, without cause, that something is going to
now he's trying to lie on me because he doesn't know it. So he's going to tell everybody I don't know it. That's you. Nobody said there wasn't a cause or a reaction. This is science. It's explained. There's a cause and a reaction, dummy. It's internal, which you didn't know that. Okay? And the cause, which is what makes it phenomenal, my son, Cedric, is that there's nothing igniting it from outside, yet it catches fire internally. That's amazing. But you want to make it like I'm thinking, did you see that happen out of the blue? Stop. Stop. You can't go there. I'm your mom. I'm your teacher. Okay?
automatically just combust is not scientific.
It is, in fact, scientific. Automatically combust. I'm going to say that again 3 times. I said it once. Automatically combust. Automatically combust. Yes, that can happen. In spontaneous, even in, you don't even have to have spontaneous combustion for something to automatically combust. He just told us that you can have a stick of magnesium to automatically combust. I'm just dragging you now, and you need it. Remember, it's about the science and the information. It's not about him personally, as him as a nice guy. Hopefully, he's having a great life. But when you come in laughing and trying to look down the nose at people for science, the chickens are coming home to roost. And guess who's bringing them to your door? Me, Napa. See what you just did right there? People don't even notice it, but I'm going to show you the nuance. He's like, everything is natural. So that covers his ass. That's insurance. Like, oh, of course, anything spontaneous combustion, meaning no one came in and ignited it. Nothing. There was no fire. Notice I'm getting a little bit more specific because he's getting on my nerves. Because he's trying to do this grift, prestidigitation, fake you out, disingenuous thing like, oh, it doesn't, don't do that. Don't try to, because I believe in the metaphysical and not believe. I know the metaphysical. So you're trying to go there like, oh, this shit's spooky. No, I got you in a headlock with mainstream science. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm going to drag it back a little bit. And then you know what? Anybody in the chat talking crap, I don't care. I'm getting this. It's like you're on the sidelines talking your crap. I'm too busy beating him with my pinata stick. Okay? So you could come pick up all the candy after I'm done. You saw the hilarious thumbnail. God, I love it. That's what I'm doing. So talk about me all you like, but just listen to me give him this work. And guess what? He can't interrupt me. He can't talk over me. He can't filibuster and ramble and convolute and go all kinds of different twirly, twisty, different ways and tie all types of knots in our brain. Fire next to it. There was nothing to ignite it. You're talking about the sunlight.
Yeah,
okay?
yeah. So you put a piece of white phosphorus on a rock, it will burn. Exposed to sunlight.
Fire next to it. Let me go back. There was nothing to ignite it. I want you to hear it. I want it to be super clear to just get it all out. And I got him. You uninformed pseudo grifter.
To assume that without a reaction, to assume that without reaction, without cause, that something is going to automatically just combust is not scientific.
See what I didn't say without cause. See, that's what I'm getting irritated. Nobody said anything without cause. Ugh, I hate liars. I don't hate the brother, but I just hate the lie. God damn. Nobody, don't twist my words. I never said, and I'm very passionate about it. Yes, I am. This is me. And why am I passionate? Because he's been condescending up to a lot of people for a long time. And that's his nature. But he's getting sunned today. Okay? He's getting sunned. And he's getting beat all up and down the side of his pinata. All right? Nobody said cause, but see how he's throwing that out there? To say without cause. I never said that. I asked you, do you know about spontaneous combustion? You don't. You just did right there. People don't even notice it, but I'm going to show you the nuance. He's like, everything is natural. So that covers his ass. That's insurance. Like, oh, of course, anything spontaneous combustion, meaning no one came in and ignited it. Nothing. There was no fire next to it. There was nothing to ignite it. You're talking about the sunlight.
Yeah, okay? Yeah. So you put a piece of white phosphorus on a rock, it will burn. Exposed to sunlight, it's going to react. That's a reaction that is taking place. It appears to be self-combusting, but we know that nature is causal. So there's a reaction taking place why the phosphorus appears to just spontaneously combust.
Okay. If I want to ask you, you're very intelligent, but to the trolls, I'm not looking in the chat. If I put a piece of inflammable material, oh my God, I'm going to laugh, underneath a very, very strong heat source, I don't know, the sun, am I going to be so stupid as to think, wow, I don't know how that just caught on fire? This is how condescending he is. And he's wrong. Who in the hell, like kids, when they take the magnifying glass, you never did that? And you set the paper on fire? Oh my God, I don't know how this paper just caught on fire, even though I was using the magnifying glass from the sun to magnify the heat of the sun onto a piece of paper, which I know will catch fire. When I see the paper catch fire, I'm so stupid. I just thought, whoa, the fire gods caught that on fire. Oh, there must have been a spirit that came up in here and blew on that. The dragon spirit. No, we know it was from the sun, and it was an external source. So you don't know what spontaneous combustion is. Otherwise, Mr. I'm so smart. This is just not a regular guy. I want to bring you back on this. This is a guy who says he's smarter than everybody in science, that he knows everything about science. He's a pseudo killer. Yet he's over here trying to explain spontaneous combustion by saying the sun catches phosphorus on fire. I mean, for God's sake, phosphorus is what is used on the tip of matches. What can be more inflammable than that? Are you joking? You don't know your shit, but I do. So let me let this play, and then I'm going to go and show you that I'm not just Cap. I want you to remember, he doesn't say anything about internal ignition. He doesn't say anything about no outside ignition, no outside sources, no outside anything, fire, heat, nothing. He, in fact, kills himself even more by saying the sun is what causes spontaneous combustion. He's full of shit. Okay, let me get for the family the definition of spontaneous in scientific terms, because I say in scientific terms and then he starts panicking. He's like, you get combustion too. Well, why don't you just be quiet? You said enough. I want people who don't read scientific papers and know the term. I'm going to get the term for spontaneous for you, okay?
No, spontaneous combustion. That's a principle. You can't separate the two words.
How is he telling me, oh my God, I can't stand people like this? Bro, you don't know it. How are you directing? In fact, the pseudo killers just went on and talked about how Dulcinea said she didn't know about retroviruses and she has to research it. And they made fun of her because right after she said that, she said, but I don't think that it's going to be this. And they said, you just said you don't know about it. How are you going to tell us what it is and what it isn't? Well, he's too proud to say he doesn't. At least she said she didn't know about it. He's too proud to say he doesn't know about spontaneous combustion. Yet he's trying to tell me what to look up. Boy, you see, he grabbed his iPad or whatever. Take a seat and learn something. He learned it now, but he didn't know it at this moment. Listen. Let me go back and then I'm going to read some information. Who don't read scientific papers and know the term. Yeah, I just wanted to go unlike him. See, I can't stand people who think I want to hoard the information. I want to just keep it to myself. Because he is intelligent. But the thing about him, that's what makes him tick. He's not a teacher, and he's not anyone who wants anybody else to know information. He's somebody who it gets him off to pretend to think that he knows something more than somebody else. And that's a problem. Especially when you're coming around a community, a learning community, you're coming in here to try to make yourself feel better about yourself by laughing. When he was sitting on the panel today laughing at Suntan, when Suntan was really right about oxidation, he says he does refrigeration. And then this guy was having a fit. Professor from Gilligan's Island was throwing himself all over the place laughing. I'm like, why are you so damn condescending when the brother wasn't off point? See, somebody like Suntan who doesn't say, oh, I know more than all of you fools, you fools in the black, you believe in God. No. You don't know everything. And you know, I try to be, yeah, you might say, oh, no, you're not humble. When it comes to people like him, no, hell no. But I sit back. But I have to come in. They're getting on my nerves. I'm in here. I want to squish them, as that one brother Zion says. You're enough of you. I'm done. I'm done. You see, it's like I'm sitting at the park on a bench watching the bigger kids keep on bullying the little kids and laughing about it. I'm finally going to go up there and snatch the bigger kid over and say, oh, really? What do you know about this? You like doing that? Let me do it to you. How do you like it? You don't like it, huh? Doesn't feel good. Well, stop being so damn condescending, and you don't know everything. You damn sure didn't know what spontaneous combustion is. And for the average person, that would be okay. It'd be like, yeah, you're right. I didn't know it. Well, now I know it. I bet you I know it now. I would do that, but not this guy. Oh, I always knew about it. I always knew. No, you didn't, because you said it's an external ignition source. You got a 0. I'm your professor. Big red 0. Go back to chapter 4 where it says the basics of combustion. Look at the 3 types of combustion. You didn't read spontaneous. Okay, and you don't even get 2/3 of the point just because you acted like you knew. I don't appreciate you not studying and then coming in my class and trying to take this test. Go. Now let's listen to him again. That covers his ass. That's insurance. Like, oh, of course, anything spontaneous combustion, meaning no one came in and ignited it. Nothing. There was no fire next to it. There was nothing to ignite it. You're talking about the sunlight.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So you put a piece of white phosphorus on a rock, it will burn. Exposed to sunlight, it's going to react. That's a reaction that is taking place. It appears to be self-combusting, but we know that nature is causal. So there's a reaction taking place why the phosphorus appears to just spontaneously combust.
Okay. All right, let me read this to you now. We're done with that. Okay, so let me get the information from the top. We're going to go step by step, slowly. We're going to do basic stuff, and we're going to look at some other stuff from the Department of Energy. We're going to look at NASA, but let's just take our baby steps and let's go and just look at good old Encyclopedia Britannica. All right, here we go. Did I get it? Let me see if I'm sharing it. Nope. All right, what is fun? Let's go first and look at Encyclopedia Britannica. Like I said, I'm going to walk it down slow. Spontaneous combustion, the outbreak of fire without application of heat. Professor, without application of heat from an external source. It's just like grand opening, grand closing. You don't really need, you really don't need any more, but we're gonna make sure it's dead. Okay, we're not gonna just let it live. We're gonna make sure it's dead. This, I'm talking about the pseudo, not him as a man in a family. I hope he lives a long life with happiness. But him in here trying to pretend that he knows everything, trying to look down his nose and convolute and prestidigitation and, oh, everything is natural and causation. Boy, bye. Spontaneous combustion. This, if you're a super scientist, you should have just, this sentence should have just come out of his mouth. Oh, spontaneous combustion. The outbreak, it's when something is catches on fire without application of heat from an external source. That's all you had to say. But you were Cap, because you're proud, and I killed you, and you are not a pseudo killer. You're a pseudo grifter. But we're gonna go deeper than Encyclopedia Britannica. Y'all are probably gonna fall asleep. But guess what? This video will be up for you to come and look at in the morning and find out all about combustion. I digress. Spontaneous combustion, the outbreak of fire without application of heat from an external source like the sun. Spontaneous combustion may occur when combustible matter, such as hay or coal. He never said anything about this till the next day once he went and crammed. Remember, he's not stupid. And then he comes back and is like, it could be hay or coal. Bye. Bye-bye. You didn't say that when I first caught you up on the panel, Mr. Pseudo Killer, Mr. Pseudo Grifter. Anyway, how about we call it pseudo suicide? Because you turned the gun on yourself. When combustible matter, such as hay or coal, is stored in bulk, it begins with a slow oxidation. Remember, he was using the word oxidation. Now, remember, the word oxidation, I'll click on it right now and tell you what it means. Just give me a minute. Oxidation. Now, when I clicked on it in the Encyclopedia Britannica, it says alcohols may oxidize to give ketones. Remember that, because that has something to do with, yes, human spontaneous combustion. Yeah, Exactly. I know that's the pseudo side that you want to get at, but you can't get at it when you can't even get past the conventional science side. Okay. Then it also says in any oxidation reaction, a reciprocal reduction, you see, because oxidation is a release of electrons, and then whatever the matter is starts to reduce. Wouldn't think about that. Why is so is burning something burning, family? Would that be something being reduced? Is that something being reduced? Of course it is. So yeah, this guy used, because remember, he's not stupid, but he didn't know the information, so that makes him pseudo and cap. So anyway, spontaneous combustion. So what I'm trying to say is any combustion can be you can involve the process of oxidation, and it does. Any combustion, not just spontaneous. So that's where he was just grasping for straws. He didn't know the process or how to explain it. So, but he does know about pretty much, the basics of obviously burning and combustion. You get what I'm saying? So, spontaneous combustion is the outbreak of fire without application of heat from an external source, without an ignition, right? Spontaneous combustion may occur when combustible matter, such as hay, coal, or stored bulk, catches fire, basically, right? It begins without an external source. It begins with a slow oxidation process, such as bacterial fermentation. I brought that up to him. He knew nothing about it. Or atmospheric oxidation. He was trying to conflate atmospheric oxidation with his explanation, his incorrect explanation of spontaneous combustion, when really he was talking about all basic combustion, all basic ignition of something catching on fire. Get what I'm saying? So of course there's atmospheric oxidation with any type of combustion. That's what I'm trying to show you, the cap that's involved. You got to be able to look past these people who are smart, but along with their intelligence, they actually want to make you feel stupid when they don't know everything. And what you're not going to do is not know everything and look down your nose at everybody and condescend, and we're the pseudo killers. Well, this pseudo is beating your pinata, your coconut-shaped Gilligan's Island palm tree pinata to a pulp. Okay? Now, such as bacterial fermentation or atmospheric oxidation. Under condition, and he did not say that. Don't let the word oxidation fool you. Again, it's like him saying burning, which oxidation is not just burning. Obviously, when you see an apple rotting, it's oxidizing. Get it? And then I brought up free radicals and electrons. So when he started throwing himself around in a convulsion again, like as if and laughing as if that was so off base, that tells me that I'm shocked why are you laughing at that? Why are you laughing at that? So oxidation is basically the release of electrons, right? Just remember that. And when you're releasing electrons, the material is reducing. It's when you burn something, right? The material is reducing. So that happens under conditions not permitting ready dissipation of heat. Now we're getting somewhere. The internal heat is what is phenomenal, because what ignited it? There was no external ignition. There was no external force, as this pseudo, and I know I like the word pseudo, as this professor fake, he said the sun can heat up a stick of phosphorus and the phosphorus will combust and it'll appear to be spontaneous. You got a 0 on the test. Okay. So now, let me read this part here. It can happen in the center of a haystack or a pile of oily rags. Now listen to this. Oxidation gradually raises the temperature. Remember, what is oxidation? Basically, release of electrons and the reduction of the material. So imagine internally this is happening. That's the phenomenal side of it. But he's trying to explain it away like something external. Basically, I kept on giving him a lifeline. Is it something igniting it? First I said something outside of it. Then I said igniting. He never took it because he doesn't know what it is. So oxidation gradually raises the temperature. That's the key. Inside the mass to the point at which a fire starts. There we go. There it is. There it is. So the oxidation internally isn't, when you think of oxidation, you can't automatically say, well, of course, that means combust. No, it doesn't. When an apple is rotting on the table, it's oxidizing in a sense. Well, not even in a sense. That's oxidation. The apple's not blowing up. I want to keep on driving that home because he's very clever using that word oxidation. Nobody disputes that. But what is spontaneous combustion, my friend? Oh, professor. Okay. I can tell by your eyes you've been eating coconut pies, professor. So in the center of that, okay, so it says oxidation gradually raises the temperature inside the mass to the point at which a fire starts. Phenomenal. So then it talks about crops that are dried. It happens to a lot of stuff, but we're going to go and look at the Department of Energy. Okay. Now we're going to look at well, before we look at the Department of Energy, let me try to go a little faster than I'm going. I go in because I just cannot stand the lies. And along with the lies, the condescending nature of these people. We're the pseudo killers. Well, you're not killing anybody, really. You're killing people who aren't aware of how to come at you. I know what to do. Let me go ahead and screen share a couple of words, just the definitions, and then we're going to do some reading. Let's go back to this word. Oh, wait. Oh, well, that's a paper I wanted to read. Should I read it? No, let me get something else real quick before I read that paper. Because I want you to know these words. Well, okay, let me just read this word. Okay, here it is. Okay, ready? You heard that or no? Let me screen share. Hypergolic. Yeah, he didn't know this stuff. He probably knows it now, though. But why did you have to pretend like you know it and act all, it's not, there's no dragon demon coming to start it. Like, I didn't say it was. You don't know what it is. So don't start trying to act like I'm some cuckoo thinking, a magic fire elf is coming. Nobody said that. Play with me. Okay. Hypergolic. Hypergolic is igniting upon contact of components without external aid. External aid such as a spark or some sunlight. So keep that word in mind. Hypergolic, of relating to or using hypergolic fuel. Igniting upon contact of components without external aid. Now, this obviously is related to spontaneous combustion. Okay. It's igniting upon contact of components without external aid. That could possibly be something that goes on in the pile of rags, oily rags, or something that goes on within the haystack. But remember, hypergolic is igniting upon contact of components without external aid, such as a spark. Okay, got that word down. Now we're going to go to the paper. Anyway, just laughing, thinking about how they move over there in pseudo killers. I love you, Unc, but y'all know. Unc, I keep saying not so much because Ankh isn't condescending. I really swear he isn't. He's a down to earth guy, and I don't have to cap for it. I know he's still going to be. I don't. I know he's upset that I'm attacking his crew, probably, but I gotta say it like it is. You need to put them in check because they don't know everything, and I just proved it. Okay, humble the hell down, because you will get your pinata busted playing with me. That doesn't mean they don't know some things, and but first off, they're boring. Yeah, I said it. They're boring, and all they do is read out of books and then make fun of people. Teach something and do it the right way. Oh, did you hear what they said about? Did you hear that? Oh, let's do this. Oh, please shut up. Let me bust your whole pinata. Okay, let me get this. Let's learn something without somebody laughing and making fun. Okay, let's read this. This is actually a paper from Stanford. Environmental Health and Safety, Research Safety, and Information on Pyrophoric Materials. Pyrophoric. What is pyrophoric? Well, let's look at the background. Pyrophoric materials have the potential to spontaneously, remember he was like, oh, spontaneous is not all. Yes, there's such a thing in science as spontaneous. You have to look up spontaneous combustion with. Be quiet, sit down, and review the chapter on combustion. Thank you. Okay. Who else has their hand up? That's what if I was his teacher. Pyrophoric materials have the potential to spontaneously ignite upon exposure to the oxygen in air. Now, some might say, see, oh, that's what he said. No, not so fast. Remember, he's not a complete dunce. He works in a scientific environment, and that's basic. Everybody knows that. Right? We do know this, right? You block off the oxygen, what happens? You block off the air from a fire, what happens to it? It no longer is burning. So, yeah, he didn't know what spontaneous combustion was. He's not a complete, even a Boy Scout could have, flown by the seat of his pants like he was doing. But he's supposed to be the paramount of science in the community. I don't think so. So let me get back to this. Ignite upon exposure to the oxygen in the air, and in many cases are also water reactive. Now, for a minute, let's just be in awe off of this, right? Isn't that awesome? Oxygen and water? Pyrophoric materials have the potential to spontaneously ignite. That's when he was see, remember I said he almost had us when he said the stick of magnesium exposed to air, which I'm not going to fact check him on that. Maybe in the lab or on the island, on Gilligan's Island, he did that and it worked. So I'm going to just take him for true on that because he had the right idea. He was talking about pyrophoric material. Pyrophoric materials have the potential to spontaneously ignite upon exposure. But this is great. The reason I even do this when I came at him as a pseudo killer, I know how they think. Like science is amazing. And science, as much as we explain things, it's still outstanding to us. It's phenomenal. So I know someone like him who's stuck in a box would have not known fully about spontaneous combustion, and he would have still pretended to know it. And then he went right into saying, I'm spooky. I read he's like a Jack and Jill book. It's like, oh, up the hill. Okay, fetch a pail of water. Okay, Jill ran after. Now, you got any more for me to read? He's easy. I just never took my time and energy, but now I am. I'm taking a break from beating up people who lie on the Bible, and I'm going to beat up lying ass people who pretend to know more than they do know in science. Check. Pyrophoric materials have the potential to spontaneously ignite upon exposure to oxygen in air, and in many cases, they are also water reactive. That's awesome. Exposure to air or moisture can cause them to generate heat and or fire. You've seen stuff like this, family. What's the things that God, there's like the heat packs, right? The ones that I think you can break them or things like that. I can't really remember, but things that, oh, I know what it is. Even those kind of like those heat rubs, the stuff you rub on your body, and when it hits the air, it heats up. That's the same idea. So pyrophoric materials have the potential to spontaneously ignite upon exposure to the oxygen in the air. Okay? That's where he almost had us until he started talking about, but something external. And remember, this isn't specifically, I don't want to confuse you. When I'm explaining pyrophoric material, I'm not specifically saying, because he will try to twist this if he goes over this. I'm not specifically saying, this is an explanation fully of spontaneous combustion. I'm showing you the information thoroughly, so you'll know the name and you'll know what he was speaking about. But he didn't know how to explain spontaneous combustion because he doesn't fully have a grasp on it. Not at that moment. Again, I'll say it. I bet he does now. Pyrophoric materials have the potential to spontaneously ignite upon the exposure to oxygen in air, and in many cases also water reactive. Exposure to air or moisture can cause them to generate heat and or fire, as well as flammable and or corrosive byproducts. By violent decomposition. What would violent decomposition be? Like an explosion, right? Like how grenades have shrapnel, everything flies out everywhere. That would be violent decomposition, right? It decomposes. Pyrophoric materials can take the form of solids, liquids, or gases. In a chemistry research setting, they are often used in a flammable solvent solution, increasing the fire risk. Examples of pyrophoric materials include, but are not limited to. Now, I could read this list if y'all want me to flex, but I'll read a couple things, okay? Organolithium reagents such as alkyl, aryl lithiums, lithium acetylide, lithium amide, organohalogen. But you get what they're saying. These are the materials that are pyrophoric, okay? The organolithium reagent. I was joking. So basically, we got that, right? Now we know pyrophoric materials have the potential to spontaneously ignite upon exposure to the oxygen in the air, and in many cases, water. He's like, but that doesn't mean you don't know the information. He probably works in a lab. I guess he said he does. So he probably had to read that for OSHA. Don't let this shit explode in your face. If you take it out the jar, it hits the air, you're going to have a nub. You're going to pull back a nub. And so I guess that's why he kind of got a grasp on that. Otherwise, professor from Gilligan's Island, you don't know everything, and you didn't know what spontaneous combustion is. So let me get this other paper from the Department of let me get it. I'm a little sleepy, as you can tell. But hold on. Let me get this. Was it NASA? I'm almost there. Okay, let me get this. Here it is, Department of Energy. All right. This might be a little boring, but I'm going to try to just do this so I can be thorough. Okay. All right. Department of Energy. Is this it? Yes. All right. This is from the DOE handbook of the Department of Energy. This is a primer on spontaneous heating. Okay. Oh, and pyrophoricity. Pyrophoricity, excuse me. Remember we just read about pyrophoric material? So this is the Department of Energy. I guess the pseudo killer from Gilligan's Island didn't know that spontaneous combustion is actually scientific. In what context? What are you talking about? What do you mean, in what context? So let's see what the Department of Energy has to say about spontaneous heating and pyrophoricity. It appears to be. No, be quiet. Be quiet. Be quiet, Cedric. You don't know it. You know it now, but you didn't know it. All right, so let's see the table of contents. Let's go straight down to combustion. Principles of combustion, and that is on page 4. So let's look at this. Let's look at combustion, because spontaneous combustion obviously isn't the only type of combustion, right? So let's remember, he used the word, the couple of chemicals, stuff he works with in the lab, which, like I said, he's not an idiot, but he's very condescending. Introduction. Some materials, such as phosphorus, ignite spontaneously when exposed to air. That was the first thing he said. Wow. We almost believed you in your cap until you said that the sun can do it. And you said, no, it's not any, when I said, so are you saying that spontaneous combustion can happen without anything external? He said, no. So you didn't know what you're talking about. You were guessing a couple good guesses, but you still got a 0 on the paper. Some materials, such as phosphorus, ignite spontaneously when exposed to air. Other materials, such as coal, may take several weeks to ignite under similar conditions. This ignition time difference is the defining point between pyrophoricity, pyro meaning fire, phoricity, okay, pyrophoricity and spontaneous heating. Let me read that again so it can be clear. This ignition time difference is the defining point between pyrophoricity and spontaneous heating. It is well known that fires caused by these phenomena, they're not spooky, I hope. You don't think that the DOE is spooky, do you? Oh, they're spooky. There's an explanation. They're saying it's a phenomena. Of course it's a phenomena. And I understand that he knows what phenomena is, but the funny thing is that he tried to explain away spontaneous combustion as if we just think it's spontaneous. It's really not. That's what he said in a nutshell. You can scroll back. It appears to be spontaneous. No, it is spontaneous. It is well known that fires caused by these phenomena do occur, sometimes resulting in personal injury and significant damage to facilities. By its very nature, spontaneous heating and pyrophoricity are among the most insidious types of fire hazards. Because why are they the most insidious? Why are they the most insidious types of fire hazards, Mr. Department of Energy? Well, because here is usually no outward evidence of potential for fire. I'm sorry. He was trying to bang it into our heads that there is an outward external source. He was trying to tell us that we just are so stupid. We just think it just was something inside. We think it, but it really was the sun. Well, the Department of Energy, in the primer on spontaneous heating and pyrophoricity paper, says these are the most insidious types of hazards because here is usually no outward evidence of the potential for fire. You died on your island, Mr. Professor Pseudo Killigan's Island, whatever. Therefore, an understanding of the principles of spontaneous heating and pyrophoricity is necessary for instituting appropriate fire measures. They need to make sure keep the fire extinguisher near everything that Cedric is doing in the lab, y'all over there on Gilligan's Island. Make sure you don't leave him to clean up shit. He'll pile all the rags up together because he said, the sun is not shining and no, don't let him be the last guy in the lab. Okay? Just trust me. Trust me. Don't let Cedric be the last guy in the lab to do the cleanup and put away, because that shit will probably be burnt down. You'll have to build a whole new hut lab, get all the new coconuts for the beakers and test tubes. You're going to do everything over. The bamboo test tubes, everything's going to have to be redone. Okay. All right. So just cautionary word to the wise. The primer introduces the Department of Energy operations and maintenance personnel with basic information necessary to identify and prevent spontaneous ignition hazards. I'm telling y'all, don't let him do the cleanup. Okay? Upon completion of this handbook, the reader should be able to identify the 4 required elements of the fire tetrahedron necessary to support combustion. You should be able to define the following terms, such as combustion, oxidation, spontaneous heating, pyrophoricity, hypergolic, and specific area. Describe the effects that atmospheric oxygen, moisture, heat transfer, and specific area have on spontaneous heating and ignitions. No, I didn't think a little fire demon was coming and setting it on fire. I wanted you to look stupid and show people that you didn't know everything, and you damn sure don't know anything about spontaneous combustion. I used that because I know that was going to trigger your false pseudo alarm, and you died on it. So this is the science. All the stuff, nature is caught. Nobody said it wasn't. Oxidation, nobody said it wasn't. But I ask you, do you know what spontaneous combustion is? Is it pseudo? What do you mean? You don't know it. That tells me you don't know it. Because anyone who knows the information, like this paper right here, or even the Britannica we read, would have said, oh, no, it's not pseudo, because, it's a phenomenon of internal ignition without any external heat sources. It's really pretty interesting. That's the most I know on it. But let's go to this paper that I have on from the Department of Energy, because I'm the master of science. I'm the king on the throne of the pseudo killers. No, you're stranded on Gilligan's Island, professor, and you're using bamboo beakers and test tubes to do your science. You played yourself. Okay? You like to make fun of people all the time? Well, this is your time. It's your chance. You're getting your karma back. All right. So, and then it says, so let's go down. It talks about everything we would be able to do, which is really cool. This is a great paper. I will maybe leave the link, but I'm going to have to get to combustion. So let's look at the definitions, because we need this. We need this because when we have people like Professor Pseudo Killer from Gilligan's Island, when we have him explaining stuff to us in circles till our brains explode, we will just be able to sift through the bullshit and say, okay, this guy, he's good. He should be a politician instead of a scientist. Combustion. What is combustion? It's a chemical process of oxidation, yes, that occurs at a rate fast enough to produce heat. Nobody ever disputed that, by the way. I want to make that clear. I played the clip many times. He's very clever. He grabs everything he knows and, oh, this is mine. So if you say oxidation, no, you didn't know what spontaneous combustion is, though. You know what combustion is, duh. It's a chemical process of oxidation that occurs at a rate fast enough to produce heat and usually light in the form of either a glow or flame. Pretty simple. What's hypergolic? Hypergolic is any substance that will spontaneously ignite, okay, or explode upon exposure to an oxidizer, okay? Ignition temperature, what is that? Well, it's the minimum temperature that a substance should attain in order to ignite under specific test conditions. So what that means is basically what it says. How much heat does it need to start a fire or blow up? How much heat does it need? That's what ignition temperature. Some things don't need as much heat as others, right? Have you ever tried to set certain things on fire that you need to light or you want to get rid of, and it's like, damn, this is not burning. And then of course you go to a sheet of paper or possibly some very, very dry straw or a candle wick. Boom! It has So that's ignition temperature. It gets hot fast, right? And then it ignites. Oxidation. It is a reaction driven by the removal or transfer of what? Electrons. Oh, okay. He was laughing at that for some reason when I was saying that on the panel last night. It's a reaction driven by the removal or transfer of electrons between atoms or molecules. Oxidizer. Any solid or liquid that readily yields oxygen or other oxidizing gas, or that readily reacts to, promotes, or initiates combustion. Okay, get it? We knew that. But could you please explain to us what spontaneous combustion is? And you didn't know. You said, we think it's spontaneous, but it's really coming from the sun. All right. Oxidizing agents. Any material that readily yields oxygen or other oxidizing gas that reacts chemically to oxidize combustible material. This can happen internally. It's an internal reaction. He was saying it's an external reaction. He got a 0 on the paper. Pyrolysis, a process in which material is decomposed into simpler molecular compounds by the effects of heat alone. Pyrolysis often precedes combustion. You see that? So some people think, oh, decompose. Oh, that they for some reason they don't connect combustion with decomposition. But remember too, when I was talking about oxidation of like fruit, right? So anyway, so let me see if there's any more. We did pyrolysis, pyrophoric. Remember we did the definition, but I'll read it here. It's a material that even in small quantities and without an external ignition source. Oh, that sounds like something that's linked to spontaneous combustion. Okay. It's a material that even in small quantities and without an external ignition source can ignite at or below 54.4 tenths or 54.4 degrees Celsius, which is 130 degrees Fahrenheit, in contact with air. And scientifically, sometimes they would use Kelvin, but this paper it's for, for the layman or the main. It's not for all scientists. This paper is just for people who want to get this information, right? And it is on the Department of Energy website. Anyway, oh my gosh. The ratio, okay, so specific surface area, the ratio of reactive surface area to the mass of the material, typically a factor of 3 to 5 times higher than the specific area previously defined. And spontaneous heating is a process whereby a material's temperature increases due to its exothermic reaction with oxidants without drawing heat from its surroundings. Thank you. The sun would be the surroundings, right? All right, so let me stop sharing that. It's getting kind of late, but is there? Oh, I'm sorry. Let me share because I wanted to talk about combustion, and then it's pretty long though. But you know what? I got to do it. Yeah, oh, yes, I have to do it because I see spontaneous ignition explained. So let me go back in and share this. Okay, guys and gals, I'm sorry if you are saying stuff I can't see. I'm just looking at this because I want to get this out. So let's do this. And all right, so let me go up. Let me go back up. Remember we went and looked at definitions, and now we're going to talk about the principles of combustion, right? Because obviously there's more than one way for something to combust. That's why he could wing it. Combustion. NFPA defines combustion as a chemical process of oxidation that occurs at a rate fast enough to produce heat. and usually light in the form of either a glow or flame. Which another thing that made me angry about him, he's like, do you know what oxidation? Don't ask me crazy questions, please. When you can't even answer mine. Can you say your ABCs? You asked me to spell your name. Can you say your ABC? Don't play with me. Okay? Third graders learn about oxidation in their science books. Many materials oxidize, family. And by the way, if you don't know this information, that doesn't make you stupid. Come on. You say, oh, I know I've heard of that before, but I'm like in my everyday life, I'm not doing science like people who really like science, like Cedric or Ankh or Napa. I'm not doing science. Okay, I'm into music, or I do computer animated design. I do other things. So again, he makes me sick with looking down his nose at people. You know, when Suntan was explaining oxidation, the way he was laughing and throwing himself around, it was disgusting. It was repulsive the way he acted. So I digress. Let's read this again. Many materials oxidize to some degree. However, the rates of oxidation differ between materials, right? So what does that mean? Let me just say this. If you burn something, waiting for something to catch on, to decompose, or waiting for something to oxidize even, there's different types of ways for it to do it. There's quicker ways and there's slower ways. But I'm sure they'll explain it better. I just wanted to put it like in a layman way. So, different rates between materials. The difference between slow and rapid oxidation is that the latter occurs so rapidly that heat is generated faster than it dissipates, right? Than it dissipated, right? Causing the material, they put fuel for some reason. I mean, not for some reason. They specifically put fuel in there. Causing the material being oxidized to reach its ignition temperature. Once the ignition temperature is reached, the material will continue to burn until the fuel or oxygen is consumed, right? So it's reducing, okay? It's reducing. When you think of oxidation, think of reduction. A visible flame usually accompanies the heat release during combustion. However, some material, hear this family, such as coal, smolder rather than produce a flame. Other materials, such as uranium and plutonium, can burn without even a visible flame at all. That is badass. And nobody was saying, again, that the fire oxidation demon or god is coming and sucking it up with a magic secret invisible hand. Don't play with me. Oh, see, you think. No, you don't know what I think. Don't try to play with me because you can't explain something, and so you want to go to, you just think a visible hand comes spooky and grabs it. No, I don't. You don't know what you're talking about. Other materials, but it's still fascinating. When you see it explained in science, it's still amazing, right? It's awesome to me. Other materials, such as uranium and plutonium, can burn without a visible flame. A familiar, slowly occurring oxidation reaction is the rusting of iron. Oh my God. Guess what happened today if you didn't watch the show? That is what Suntan was saying. But see, he looks down on Suntan because Suntan doesn't sit on the panels all day long trying to bust people's ego and head open and make them feel like crap because they don't know the full process of things. Suntan talked about that. He talked about rust, which of course we know. Basically, if you've been exposed to it in your work or even in anything in a class, you know oxidation. It says a slowly occurring oxidation reaction is the rusting of iron. Such a reaction releases heat so slowly that the temperature hardly increases more than a few degrees above ambient temperature. But wrap your mind around that for a minute. Now I'm going to go to my pseudo is going to come out, y'all. Wrap your mind around that. A few degrees above ambient temperature. Isn't that awesome? It takes me to what I was doing anyway. I was going to start talking about movement, energy, and all kinds of good stuff. We were going to talk about entropy, but I had to jump on the neck of Professor off Killigan's Island to bust his pinata because he just is so condescending. That's why I went and asked him that, because he hit the panel like, Nepal didn't do anything too impressive for us in the pseudo killers. Right, got it. That's why none of you ever mentioned any of the information on the thousands of panels you guys were battling with her. And I love Dulcinea. She did not have a grasp on the science. If she would have come from another angle and said, this isn't about mainstream science, this is about this and this, she would have been stellar in her argument. But she died because I'm digressing, but I'm telling you about how they treated her. She was trying to come to them about science. So he's still thinking he needs to put his glasses on. I'm not Dulcinea. I'm not coming up here talking about we're not primates and there's no such thing as the system of taxonomy is all racist and hateful toward. You're not doing that to me. You better get yourself, sit back. You better tell Ankh to come out, because you can't do this, Cedric. I know you are working in a lab, and you got all your Gilligan's, your lab assistant, and Marianne's over here taking care of making sure nothing spontaneously combusts in the cleanup. But you're not coming at me acting like you are going to look down your nose when it comes to science with me. You already know that. I already killed you on consciousness. Now you're all talking about it. Good job. Good job. But you still don't know what the hell you're talking about. But I let Lex get in there, bless his little heart. I don't really get in there. I will get in there. We will talk about microtubules. We will use the research on that Sir Roger Penrose and Hammeroff use, even though they believe, from what I see in their research, that basically it's not that they believe. They're only focusing on the brain. However, I'll use that information to kill you on your argument that consciousness is only in the brain. I want to stomp you out. I want to take the pinata stick, knock your pinata down, and then stomp all the candy out. That's what I want to do with you about consciousness, Cedric. After I finish you off here, you're going to have to go get a new pinata. Okay? Yes, I'm talking crap because he's condescending. Anyway, so these slow reactions do not cause fires and are not considered combustion. Okay. The fire tetrahedron. Generally, there are 4 items necessary to support combustion. 4 items. Oxidizing agent. Got it. This is the basics. Fuel, heat source, and uninhibited chain reaction. These are depicted pictorially in Figure 1, which is commonly called the fire tetrahedron. This graphic shows that for combustion to occur, fuel, an oxidizing agent, a heat source, and an uninhibited chain reaction all need to be present in the same place at the same time. If any one of the legs of the tetrahedron is removed, the fire will be extinguished. So this is telling you this can help you, right? All right, so oxidizing agent. An oxidizing agent, or oxidizer, is a material that readily yields oxygen or other oxidizing gas, or that reacts chemically to oxidize combustible material. By far, the most common oxidizing agent is the oxygen in the Earth's atmosphere, duh. However, there are many chemical compounds that also act as oxidizing agents, Cedric. Some of these agents react with fuels more readily and violently than oxygen. Further information on the relative hazards and classifications of oxidizing agents may be found, in Appendix G in the NFPA 400 Hazardous Materials Code. All right, let me get down to, there's a tetrahedron. All right, let's get to this. Heat source. Heat source is important because remember Cedric said that spontaneous combustion is just basically this some external force, but we're just too stupid to know that. We think it's internal. Well, that's not what science says, Professor. Heat source. Normally, a heat source such as a flame or spark is required to ignite a mixture of a fuel and oxidizing agent. Heat needs to be added or the fuel and oxidizing agent will not react. They're talking about fuel in this. It doesn't just have to be fuel. I'm just letting you know that, obviously, but sometimes the heat source may not always be external. Cedric, let me read that again. Normally, a heat source such as a flame or a spark is required to ignite a mixture of a fuel and oxidizing agent. But, excuse me, but sometimes the heat source may not always be external, Cedric. But you said no when I asked you that question more than once. The reactions that are the subject of this document, see, we already, remember he was like, there always is a reaction. No shit. Salt makes meat taste better. Really? God damn, thank you. We needed that valuable piece of information. God, no one's ever heard that. Bread can be sliced. Whoa, get the hell out of here, really? No way. You lie. Yes. And sneakers don't always need shoelaces. There's something called Velcro. Do you know what it is? Oh my God, you are a genius, Cedric. I don't. Can you explain it to us? Oh, I knew you wouldn't know. Yeah, duh. We know that. The reactions that are the subject of this document are special instances where no external heat source is required to ignite the fuel. These fuels react so readily with an oxidizer that an external heat source is not required for ignition due to the highly exothermic nature of the reaction. Ignition for these fuels, therefore, occurs spontaneously. Did you hear that, Professor? Did you hear that, Killigan? What about you, Skipper? All right. Uninhibited chain reaction. Once the fire is started, this exothermic reaction feeds heat back to the fuel to produce the gaseous fuel used in the flame. In other words, the chain reaction can provide the heat necessary to maintain the fire. All right, let's get to the good stuff, which is spontaneous ignition. Well, that all was good. Spontaneous ignition. Oh, they just, at the Department of Energy, they think it's spontaneous, but it's really not. I'm a pseudo killer. Well, no, they kind of are right. It's spontaneous. Okay? He said that. He said, you think it's spontaneous, but it's really not. You don't understand. You didn't understand, but I bet you do now. Spontaneous ignition is the ignition of a fuel caused by the accumulation of heat from either a hypergolic reaction or a pyrophoric reaction. Remember those words? Told you we need to look those up. Good thing we did. Hypergolic and pyrophoric reactions. A hypergolic reaction describes a material's ability to immediately ignite or explode, aka combust, upon contact with an oxidizing agent. Let's skip that. I mean, I could read that because they're going in about fuel, but okay, they're using fuel. For example, rocket fuel mixture, simply combining hydrazine fuel with nitrogen tetroxide Oxidizing agent. Got you. Exactly. Remember, he talked about in the beginning the basics of combustion. Like he said, when I say basics, he gave us an example of pyrophoric. He didn't say pyrophoric, but he's such a genius, right? He didn't say pyrophoric reaction would cause. No, but he was right. Maybe in the lab on Gilligan's Island when Gilligan was bringing out some magnesium and maybe it blew up all the coconut cream pies. I don't know, but he knew that part. He said you can bring out something and it into the air and it'll explode. But then he said, but that's not really spontaneous. Basically, he said it's not spontaneous. No, you almost had it. You almost got us. But Napa took a gamble. And she was right on the money with you. You are full of cap. You're full of cap. You're Captain Cap. Captain Pseudo Killer Cap. A hypergolic reaction describes a material's ability to immediately ignite or explode upon contact with an oxidizing agent. Okay. It will cause blah, blah, blah. It goes into oxidizing agent. Okay, because I read that already. Will cause spontaneous ignition with or without the presence of oxygen. What? Oh, wait, hold on. No, what? Wait a minute, because Professor from Gilligan's Island, Pseudo Killer Island, he told us that there has to be a presence of basically oxygen. I'm pretty much, that's what I picked up from him, right, guys? He didn't specifically say that, but he kept on going on about the atmosphere is causational. What? Let me get back to this paper. Okay. Will cause spontaneous ignition with or without the presence of oxygen. Phenomenal. Pyrophoricity, is a special case of hypergolic reaction where a substance spontaneously ignites upon exposure to air, atmospheric oxygen. A pyrophoric material may be a solid, a liquid, or gas. We talked about that. Pyrophoric materials are not compatible with air, moisture, oxygen, which is an oxidizer, right? And protic solvents, including water, acids, alcohols, amines, mercaptans. I don't know what mercaptans are, sorry. Mercaptans, etc. Although there are some pyrophoric liquids and gases, most pyrophoric materials prudent to safety practices are metals that will react rapidly under the conditions of having a large specific surface. In practice, increasing the material mass and or decreasing its surface area will decrease the material's specific surface area that will suppress its pyrophoric characteristics. The remainder of this document will be concerned only with spontaneous heating and pyrophoricity. Spontaneous heating. Spontaneous heating is a phenomenon, Cedric, caused by an unstable, usually oxidizable, we know that, right, material and its decomposition compounds with exothermic reactions releasing heat. The retention of the generated heat in the material by virtue of its poor thermal heat loss, for example, conduction, convection, or radiation, will cause the temperature of the material to rise. Now, right here, what we're listening to is an explanation of how the internal heat causes the combustion, or the so-called the ignition, which is before the combustion. Let me read that again. We're looking at something explaining what the internal heat causes, not external, not the sun shining on it, not the god of fire and wind coming and blowing on it because he thinks that's what we think. No, it's an internal process. Spontaneous heating is a phenomenon caused by an unstable, which is usually oxidizable. For instance, when everything's packed together in the compost pile. Okay. There's a process of oxidation, right? Right. Of course. That's not the only place, though. But let me just stay on track because I don't want to go too off base because I need to kill. This is my biggest pinata stick ever. Spontaneous heating is a phenomenon caused by an unstable, usually oxidizable material and its decomposition compounds with exothermic reactions releasing heat. It's an internal reaction, sir, not external. The retention of the generated heat internally, nothing external, in the material by virtue of its poor thermal heat loss will cause the temperature of the material to rise. What's going to happen if it rises? Let's keep reading. Under some circumstances, this process can lead to flaming combustion and overt fires. But Cedric tells us that we just think that it's happening from internal and spontaneously. We just think that nothing external is causing it. He says we're wrong. It's the sun. It's Ra. The god Ra is coming down and putting his finger on it. The sun is causing it. I asked him, so are you saying that spontaneous combustion does not involve external? What did I say? Is it that it doesn't need external ignition? He's like, no. He disagreed with basically this information. Just go back and look at it. Spontaneous heating. Okay, so it will cause the temperature of the material to rise. Under some circumstances, this process can lead to flaming combustion and overt fire, in which case it is properly called spontaneous ignition. But he says we just think it's spontaneous ignition. And it's regarded as special case of spontaneous combustion. Spontaneous combustion? Cedric said that we're dummies and we just think it's spontaneous. It's not really. But scientifically, you guys are scientists, right? That wrote this paper, or did some people in Gilligan's Island write it? Oh, maybe the pseudo killers wrote it. No? Okay, got it. Let's see. Spontaneous heating can be the result of direct oxidation. We know that. I never disputed that. He was pulling shit out of his coconut pie. Spontaneous heating can be the result of direct oxidation of hydrocarbons, for example, oils, coals, and solvents. Or it may occur because of the action of microorganisms in organic material. I mentioned fermentation to him, and I think he was laughing and throwing himself around like he usually does. All 95 pounds. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know how much the brother weighs, and I am nobody to talk about weight, so I'd like to retract that. Overruled, Your Honor. Or sustained, I mean. Okay, let's see here. In which case it's properly called spontaneous ignition and is regarded as special case of spontaneous combustion. Spontaneous heating can be the result of direct oxidation in hydrocarbons such as oils, coals, and solvents. Or it may be because of actions of microorganisms or inorganic material, not including within the scope of this text. There's we're not going, basically, we're talking about y'all blowing up the lab or something like that. Anyway, I'm joking. I'm a little tired. A more detailed discussion on spontaneous heating is included in the next section. Let me see. Damn, it's good. This is good. This will kill him. This will do. This will help him very much to shut the hell up. So I would like for you to, I'm going to leave the link into your chat. If you ever encounter a pseudo killer, please use this information on him or her. Let me drop this in the chat here. I see you. Peace to you all. Peace to you, brother. I see you, King Shah. All right. So anyway, I love you guys. I'm going to stop doing this, but I left the link. Read it. So as you saw, I'm going to play him again. So you just won't think I'm just making shit up about him. I want to play you all, go all the way back where you hit the link when Sonetta was like, he was like, you pseudo killers don't ever even give. I think Sonetta was saying, give me credit because whatever. They hate, they don't, if you don't, if they can't like make fun of you with your science, especially if you're a believer in another realm, or if you are you subscribe to something metaphysical. Not all atheists are like this, but they are. I don't know. I kind of put Ankh on the side. I think he just raised some badass kids. You know what I mean? They say, we want to be like daddy. Ankh actually, if he doesn't know something, he sits and listens and looks it up right in front of everybody. Whereas Cedric and a couple other pseudo killers, they just like to sit around and make fun of people when they just crammed on it the night before. Like, how are you making fun of people when you didn't even know the information yourself? Like, what kind of lame-o are you? Check. Like, how are you such a weirdo lame? I'm not saying you're not intelligent, but your intelligence is nothing to me, because I'd rather hang out with I'm serious, with a person who is remedial, even autistic, but cool, and doesn't act like a complete asshole because you're flexing. The way you get off is making people feel stupid. You're a loser to me. I mean that. Oh, you're so stupid. Oh, let's go get this video and let's critique this pseudo. I'm loving this, aren't you? Oh, I'm loving it too, yeah. Don't see my telescope in the back? I got a telescope, y'all. I know nobody got a telescope. And I'm not talking about Ankh. I'm not talking about Ankh. I'm gonna be real. I'm talking about the when I was looking at I saw something about blue pill. And I clicked on, and Juju and this other guy they were making fun of blue pill. Why? Oh, he's so pseudo. He's talking about black hole. He's so dumb. Y'all aren't NASA. You crammed. And yeah, maybe you if you got in there and you were like, you know what? I'm all for it, by the way. If you got in there and you're like, this information, I just want to straighten it out. It's not correct. So I get it that this guy's doing his thing, but I just want to come in and teach this. And I just crammed on it yesterday. I'm obviously not even anywhere near being an astrophysicist or an astronomer. I'm not, but I know I read this information. So let me share it. No, that's not enough for them. They got to sit back and, oh, we're the pseudo killers, right, bro? We're still the pseudo killers, right? I know she killed me on spontaneous combustion, but we can still make fun of people, right? Right, Unc? I don't know about that. I'm putting you on probation. Like, get over yourselves, right? Let me go ahead and go back and let you hear him hitting the link. I'm going to go back. Where do you hit? See, like he's acting like there's some kind of fucking council I have to go by. Don't make me laugh. No, playtime's over. Play's over. You did it. You guys are not anybody to get past. Nobody has to check in with the pseudo killers. Nobody. Do your thing, and I know Sonnetter. I know that's Anka Sonnetter's friend. This isn't about friendship. This is the attitude that his crew has. Since when do we have to check in with the pseudo killers on some shit? Y'all aren't nobody. You're not a panel of renowned scientists that know all this great. You're just like everybody else. You do research, which means you go and look stuff up and read it, and then you know it. You even admit that you do that. We don't know this either. We're learning. Then if you're learning, humble the fuck down. Check. I mean it. And the reason I'm doing this is I actually am holding back from you. I never act like I know everything, but I know things that you know, if not more. You know some things I don't know. I know some things you don't know. But I hate the way they're like, look how he says, you have yet to say anything. Y'all aren't the police, the science police. I just proved it. You didn't even know how to explain spontaneous combustion. Stop. Please. Stop it. I've taught seventh graders who know science better than some of your pseudo killers. If you didn't have Google, let's see how tough you would be then. I mean it. If you didn't have Google, the pseudo killers, let's see how badass you would be then. If I sit me down with any one of you, even you, Cedric, I showed it. I talked about spontaneous combustion. I was a little rusty, but I had just brushed up on it about, I don't know, a month ago, up to now. Yeah. See, I can admit I've always been fascinated with human spontaneous combustion. I'm not hiding that. However, when I was knowing about human spontaneous combustion as a child, my father said, "You know that that's real in a way because look." And my dad pulled out an encyclopedia when I was a little girl and showed me what spontaneous combustion in what context. My dad would slap me across my face with that encyclopedia. No, he wouldn't. My dad's never slapped me in my face. But the point is, like, what do you mean? What in what context? See, if you would have known the information, you would have never asked me in what context. We were discussing science. So I just wanted to drag it back a little and let you see why I'm going in on him and why I was going in on him on the panel. I'm sick of them. And I'm sick of them and I'm doing something about it. I'm sick of them because stop being condescending. Okay? Just because you don't know something, and I'm not saying believe, just because you don't know something that other people know, don't come in here acting like you're the authority on science. Take several seats and humble down. You want to teach science? I'm all for it. You want to be known as a scientific group? Great. But nobody has to come past you or check in with you. Critique this today. Critique my blasto on Cedric. Oh, let me get this. No, let me get the first part of it. Let me get where he was talking. Let me see. Because I think I want you to hear what Sonetter said for Cedric to come in. And again, I'm turned up. Cedric, I hope he has a great life. But as far as your career as a pseudo killer, you're going to carry this shame around everywhere you go. I forgot where Sonetter was saying it. Oh, here it is. Sonetter is an instigator, but I love it. I got mad at him today. I love him. I'm sorry that we had, we're public, so it is what it is. But I want at first it was all love. Don't come in trying to play with me and condescend and act like I don't know who you think you're dealing with, but I take science seriously, and you're not going to come in and try to act like we're the pseudo killers. Some of y'all don't even belong. Some of you can't even barely speak English. Check. And I know there are other languages with science. What I'm saying is you don't have a grasp on the English language enough to start coming in and laughing at people and making fun of people about science. Son, You got that right. That's true. We were totally aligned when I was talking about primates. That wasn't the problem. But I will say this, none of them admitted that the information that I brought in the primate argument, finally, when I was tired of seeing them argue about back and forth, ridiculous arguing with Dulcinea when all the stuff she was bringing was light work. None of them pulled anything on stem cell research between primates, such as the bonobos and the chimps and the gorillas and the humans. They didn't bring any of that information that I brought. It was like baby food. And none of them touched even a tippy toe dipped into the pool about retroviruses related to evolution. They didn't specifically say he's going to come out and say he ambiguously said in the future we'll know that people had the CVID. That wasn't anything to do. You didn't drive that home. You didn't bring out the study. But he's always cap. Yeah, why didn't you guys do it? So he's admitting I'm his mama. Thank you. That's more like it. But then he comes out, he swerves into my lane and he sideswiped my vehicle. That's when I had to pull him over and write him a very serious ticket. Okay? That's he's doing great right now. You see the lies. I need to. Am I screen sharing this? God, am I screen? I'm not even screen sharing it. Damn. Oh, I'm annoying. See, I'm tired. Let me go back. See, this is the thing. Y'all couldn't hear what I was saying, right? You couldn't hear him. Sonetter's asking. You couldn't hear anything he said. I know you couldn't. Damn. All right. So Sonetter says he comes in and he says how I did a great job. And when Sonetter says to him, how come you guys never used the information? He doesn't say, you know what? I didn't even know about that. That shit was wild. Like Dulcinea actually admitted. See the difference? To me, that's more intelligent. Yeah, I say I'm not Dulcinea to him. I'm not saying she's dumb. I'm saying you think you're gonna treat me like you treated Dulcinea because Dulcinea she wasn't approaching the argument with them the way you have to approach it with people like them. That's why when you hear me say I'm not Dulcinea, it's not a diss on her. You're not gonna come in and play me and try to treat me like you treat her because she was leaving her whole left wing was open and there was Trump's invaders just came all in. Like, no, you got to know how to deal with these type. You have to hit them with a full blaze of science. You have to throw a whole unclip and then just throw a whole boom in there. Throw the, you know what, the G-nade. Boom, the flash, whatever that thing is, that flash thing that stops everybody. The criminals can't even get up. You walk in, they're just laying on the floor, and you just pop, 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 pop. Okay, good. You got to throw in a flash bomb on them. Oops, I'm not supposed to say that on the internet, but you get a flash bee, throw it in, and then you stun their asses. Come in here, I'm throwing a whole science. Okay, what's spontaneous combustion? Boom. The oxidate. In what context? Boy, bye. Now I'm going to play him not acknowledging that he didn't know the information and instead saying, oh, I didn't use that information on the 10,000 panels when Dulcinea and I were screaming at the top of our lungs at each other. I didn't use that information because I thought she was second grade. Disrespecting Dulcinea while also not admitting that you didn't know some shit that I knew as your scientific mommy. In fact, I'm Mrs. Howell. I have all the coins, and your professor. Go in the lab and get to work. You don't know what you're talking about. Let me screen share and let you hear.
Let's be honest. And we were just
pulling out the pseudo killers. What's up, man?
yeah, it's all good. You know, we all one family. And listen, first of all, do not get it twisted. Napa's been doing that work, and she's made a valid point. Up until now, nothing she said warrants critique. I was all the way in her camp when she was having that evolution debate, and the fact that she was skillful enough to introduce the retroviruses kills the whole debate.
Okay, got you. Thanks a lot for acknowledging Cedric. I mean, I really can't get too mad at him when I see him acting like that, but he pissed me off trying to play me like he does Dulcinea, trying to act like I don't know what I'm talking about. When I utter something, you better believe I'm not a fool. If I jump out the window, I've got 2 parachutes. And there's a landing pad underneath with a full spring. I can spring right back up. Okay? Trampoline. An airbag. Don't play with me. So, look at him when he's up here. He still won't admit that he didn't know the information. He said he just didn't bring it out. Whatever.
Really does.
Right. And y'all wasn't using it.
And the thing he's saying, that's what I was saying. I thought you guys could hear when he's like, what she said hasn't warranted the attention of the pseudo killers. You guys aren't anybody I have to worry about. Nobody has to worry about what the pseudo killers say. You think red pill or blue pill's worried about what you say? No, he's not. He went ahead and taught about his black hole and the information, the sounds coming from the universe outer space, and he's good. Nobody's checking for you guys like that. We love you as brothers and sisters in our community, but see, you're coming for people acting like you're going to come in and correct people in science. No, you ain't correcting everybody, obviously. Like I said, I'm not Dulcinea. You don't know me, asking me what's oxidation. Do you know chickens lay those round things that come out of hens? You crack them open and they've got gooey, viscous. What do you know what those are? And then I hate answering dumb questions. That's the thing about me. I'll just ignore shit like that. That's my pet peeve. You'll see me do that. And then somebody says, she didn't know. It's called an egg. Duh. It's so basic. And it's an insult to me that I'll just say, you know what? I'm not even going to answer your question. Oh, so you don't know what those round things are. I knew it. I'm too superior to you. No, you're playing me and you're disrespectful to go there. Do I know what oxidation is? And then when Suntan starts talking about it in layman terms, he's throwing himself around, laughing at him. And Suntan was on point. So listen to him cap out. Professor from Killigan, Pseudo Island, is going to act like he knew about the retrovirus information that proves, yes, it's like Dulcinea's Hema, and I'm the atom bomb with that information. Why were you so you just liked screaming for 45 hours total? You like screaming at your lungs and for trying to talk to her about it over. Just why didn't you just bring that out and then just go move on and pop your pseudo killer bottles? No, because you didn't know it. Let's listen.
That on Dulcinea until Nepal.
No. You see that?
Did you hear my husband? Yes, that's my husband. Listen to what he says. How come you didn't know it? And I didn't even ask Sonetta to do that. But they where is it? Here it is.
That's some high level stuff. And quite frankly, viruses kills the whole debate. It really does.
And y'all
And
wasn't using that on Dulcinea until Nepal
no,
did that.
no. You see, that's some high level stuff. And quite frankly, with Dulcinea, I didn't get past second grade. Let's be honest. And we were just having a discussion. But she went and put her head out there into a full on debate where you're going to bring up all of the key points that
They were debating Dulcinea night and day on the panels. Stop the cap. This is where I can't stand the disingenuous behavior. Why are you acting like you knew about the retrovirus information in detail, not an idea? Because again, he's intelligent and he's also a biologist, right? That's what he says. I take his word for it. So if or a biochemist, he's either a biologist or biochemist, I forget. But if you why didn't you bring that up? Because you'll hear him start insulting me, talking about you're too basic for me and all that. That's why I'm on this level with them now. You tell me how you really feel. Right now you're up here capping, kissing the ring, but it gets heated. Listen.
That prove evolution. And that one was in the bag, son. And of course, I know retroviruses and how they are.
Hold on. This is what he does with the spontaneous combustion. Nobody asked you if you know retroviruses and the basics. You didn't know the details of the study. I got your number. You are a good improvising politician. You have been able to get by with the just floating on the surface without a life jacket or anything. No scuba gear, I should say. When I pull you to the deep water, that's when I see you can't breathe. See, he's good at, of course I know about retroviruses. Why would he be arguing with her night and day about evolution and never bring out the study on the retroviruses? Because you didn't know about it. You knew the basics about retrovirus information, but you didn't know about the study. That's my point. He knows about combustion, but I knew he didn't know fully. He didn't know how to explain spontaneous combustion.
Exactly line up over all the species, so we know exactly when. If you listen good, the pseudo killer's been saying in 10,000 years, they're going to know exactly when we were infected with COVID.
Okay, so now he says he was saying it. Listen to the cap. I like to cut through all the cap. I like to slow roast, take my time with the pinata, just kind of whack it a little here, a little there. First off, he just said, oh, I didn't bring it out because she's second grade. Then the capologist comes out and says, oh, but we always brought it out, pseudo killers. Which one is it, professor from Gilligan's Island, capology specialist? You either didn't bring it out or you did. So now you're telling us that you've been bringing it out as a pseudo killers, but when you get on a panel with Dulcinea, who was making Ankh argue with her and you were arguing with her, you just didn't bring out that retrovirus information. This is why I get angry. That's why I'm mad at him. He's disingenuous. He's fake. You don't have to know everything. You don't want to give anybody else credit who's not a pseudo killer, because guess what? That makes you pseudo. And I don't mean pseudo as science. That makes you fake, disingenuous. You guys are disingenuous. So guess what Nepal is? I'm the pseudo killer. I'm the pseudo killer. Okay? I'm getting on my boat, the SS Minnow, heading out to Gilligan's Island, and I'm going to get in there and start kicking down your coconut and bamboo beaker and test tube lab, Professor. You're a capologist.
It's going to leave a trace in our DNA. Remember, the pseudo killer said that. So the fact that Nepal did that work.
The pseudo killer said it, but he said you didn't say it to Dulcinea, who was actually arguing you down. She was beating you guys up, to be honest, which was really hilarious. She was arguing y'all down. Some of her stuff, she knew how to put up a solid wall and plug her ears with cement, but that's her choice and her prerogative. But she was beating you down, and your pseudo killers never brought out the retrovirus information on her. Stop.
That was excellent. So up until now, she hasn't said nothing that warrants the attention of the pseudo killers.
Oh, he's sweet. Look, you guys are not anybody to get past. You're not the scientific council of the HOK or any part of our community. I'm sorry to break the news to you. You're a bunch of brothers and sisters who like to study and like science, and I love that about you. You're a bit more scientific than most of them. I'd say a lot more than most of them, besides Unc. You're a little bit more scientific than Unc. But see, Unc has the upper hand on you because he actually doesn't pretend to know shit that he doesn't know. Now, all of us have a little bit of like bluffing that's acceptable. But what you do, and this is another thing Unc doesn't do, and I'm not just saying this because he's Sonata's friend. This is why I don't mind Unc when I get it in with Unc about science. I don't feel like I just want to go in on him because we have argued heated arguments, but I don't want to disrespect Unc because Unc doesn't disrespect me on a level. He doesn't get like Cedric and like Juju. I'm sorry, it's true. It's nothing personal. Juju, I've seen her get disrespectful about people, laughing at people, and that other guy, I don't know the other the extra co-stars. I don't know them. I just know the main players. Unc is like he'll be calling me pseudo and everything and getting upset, but he doesn't go, "Oh, you're so stupid. I'm smarter than all of you." That's why he's better as far as the information, and he's more intelligent, in my opinion. The intelligent person isn't a person who gets off on putting somebody down. That's the real intelligence. And the funny thing is, Cedric is the one who's gone to schools, supposedly, and is a professional biochemist or whatever, biologist. But he's the one who's getting his pinata ripped open by a pseudo. You know why? Because the team leader, okay, the boss of the pseudo killers, let you run free. He didn't check you. You didn't come in and do some checkpoints. He didn't do the annual checkup. Okay, you know what you're talking about, right? God, I know you're smart, but let me know if you know them pseudos. They are some of them do know science. Okay. Oh, I got it. Oh, don't do that now. I myself have been bitten and whacked on the back with a pinata stick by a major pseudo named Napa. Oh, I don't listen. No, that's what Unc was trying to tell him. But he didn't want to listen. And Unc said, okay, I guess he is smart. He's got it. Unc turns his back. I got to do something over here. I got to talk about Egypt. Next thing you know, the whole pinata's busted open because he's got on a panel and died by saying spontaneous combustion can be caused by the sun. And we just think it's spontaneous. It's really not. And now the entire team is taking a huge L. And the irony is it's the professor. It's the professor it's the main guy who's putting together all kinds of stuff for them. You understand? So the pseudo killers are like Gilligan's Island, if you think about it. Right? They've got the main characters and everybody. And here he is. And he can help us get off the island. I'll help us get off. And then suddenly he turns into Killigan and he turns everything upside down. That's what happened. Let's listen to more.
Up until she reintroduced the consciousness debate. And I heard her
Yes, I will be doing that. Don't worry, my brother.
say metaphysics. You know I want all the smoke on that one, Pop. But listen, first of all, family, we're going to go back and forth. We're going to take the jazz, but realize this is all in good fun. It's about...
Yeah, it's all good fun, actually. Not really anymore. I'm going to tell you why. When you start pretending that you know something that you don't fully know, and adding insult to injury by saying you're asking me questions like I'm a dummy, and you act like you're the counsel of all science in the community, and I'm too dumb to catch. When you start trying to twist my shit and act like I don't know a topic that I ask you about, you made a mistake. I'm not. I promise you, I'm not my sister Dulcinea. Okay, she's my student and she's doing great. I think she is. I haven't seen her since the debate, but she needs to watch me work. Okay. You don't want to do this with me. You might as well, you might want to keep on, and all this shit about nobody wants to debate me. You see why? Because my information is fire. And I'm not bragging. I'm saying if I bring something up, I know it. I'm not going to come in here and ask him something about something I don't know. But with him, he pretends he knows everything, even things he doesn't know. You'll never see me come in and say, "Oh, I know all about evolution." I don't. That's why do you think I didn't take the debate? I know, and I bet I know a lot, but I'm not going to take that debate. I'm not going to come in and try to do something that I don't know. That's why I can do what I do, and that doesn't make me not ever wrong. Hell yeah, I'm wrong. I was wrong the other day about something that I needed to come in and correct. Can't remember. But I knew I hate when I'm wrong and I don't come in and say, "Hey, I was wrong about that." Like, I think I was talking about the Indus Valley one day, and I said something else that was totally off. I think I said Indo-European or something. And I went because I was just embarking on the information. So my point is, I don't like when somebody tries to act like they know. If you don't act like you're the team, the police of the science police of the community, if you aren't, you better be able to get everybody locked up. I better have all kinds of citations. Here's a citation for you said consciousness doesn't exist anywhere, that it could exist in other places besides the brain. My student Lex Vortex heard me say that there are neurons in the heart. He never taught it. Does that mean that it's only my information? No. But again, he's another person who tries to say I don't even watch Lex unless my name is on his title. But Lex is very good. See, he's very good at the metaphysical. I don't steal from him, and typically, when I said he took that, it was kind of in jest because I'm glad he did. We align on some things. He's a complete asshole, and he calls me all kinds of names. But then he'll have women on his channel who are actually showing their areola and their camel toe. And he's like, "Wow, you're so awesome. Can you come be my co-host?" But whatever. My point is, I digress. I don't like to say things that I'm not sure about. And when I'm in the midst of a so-called pseudo killer, actually, pseudo Gilligan's Island, I'm going to start working it out to call them Gilligan's Island. Okay. When I'm in the midst of one of them, especially my brother, who comes in trying to act like he's the boss of science, don't come in and try to act like my information, you're showing me my information and I'm so dumb. Let's look some more. Yeah, I'm rambling, and I'm not looking in the chat. So anybody talking crap about me, enjoy yourself. I'll clean it up tomorrow because I know what I'm doing up here. It's not that I want I want the best for the brother in his personal life, but you get an L from me and you're getting a roasting, a real big roasting because you played yourself trying to pretend you know what. I caught you off guard. Now he knows what spontaneous combustion is. He'll never forget. He's going to become an expert on it. But I caught you off guard, and you'll see the whole play. I promise I'm going to stop talking, but that's what this is for, commentary. And I'm going to let you see what happened.
About creating an atmosphere of engagement. So don't take anything personal. A pseudo killers actually don't, because it's about scholarship. And with regards to debating, information has no gender. So I have never.
He gets a point for that. I do have love for him on that, but he's still getting this pinata beating.
Listen, I've done a Muay Thai from the time I was 16 years old, and the person that taught me to fight martial art was a woman. So I've never had those sexist views built into my DNA. And information is information, and you know what the pseudo killer's motto is: anybody can get it.
And that includes you on Pseudo Killer Island. Anybody can get it. You're not. I'm not gonna let you. No, if you want to be the police of the science police of the community, you're gonna have to change your attitudes toward people, because why are you going around the community condescending and ridiculing and berating people? Everybody doesn't do science, and they don't have to worry about it. They don't care. They're like, I don't care what the hell. I don't give a damn what combustion is. I'm gonna go start a campfire and roast some chicken legs or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But when you want to talk about science, people don't want to talk about it because people like Cedric and like a lot of the other pseudo killers, because they make people feel like, oh, you're stupid. No, people aren't stupid because they don't know a lot about science. They know science, they just don't know science. Get what I'm saying? They live science every day, but they just don't know it. Like I said, the thing about the farmer, and like when Suntan was like, oh, I know what oxidation is, because there, we deal with rust and do refrigeration. And then you have a farmer who might see a pile of compost just catching on fire. But he's not going to be like, well, let me explain what that is. So he's not science literate or scientifically able to explain it. But when you get with the pseudo killers, like they start acting like they're the police of everybody, trying to make people feel like shit, basically laughing. Like, how are you teaching and you're laughing at people who don't know anything? I'm a teacher. Why are you laughing at people? Why were you laughing at Suntan when he was explaining oxidation at his job? Pathetic. Okay, that's great. I jump back in. I only heard the last part about you saying you've been saying something about the coronavirus. Can you show us, source up and show me specifically where you continuously showed the actual science and the paper on the retrovirus?
No. I said no. I never made the claim that we did.
Exactly. You did make a claim that you guys did show the information, though, but you never made a claim that you did. It's like now my head hurts. You said we've been bringing the information out. When I said exactly, I mean you never did. That's what I said exactly too. You said we've been bringing it out. No, you didn't. That's why I came in here. And no, nobody likes you, Nepal. Oh well, I guess they don't like me because I'm the real pseudo killer. I'm a pseudo killer. They know nobody likes the pseudo killer, huh? We're supposed to just sit around and let these people, this group, for the most part, not all of them, but if you associate with them and if you lead them, I'm calling them out. We're supposed to let this group of people just keep on being complete disrespectful jerks. Oh my God, let's go over this. This is going to be funny. She's so dumb. Oh, he's so dumb. No. This is a learning community. Teachers should be informative and humble. Can you imagine if our major teachers, like if Dr. Ben or Sheikh Anta Diop or Brother Reggie or Jabari, which Jabari's hilarious. I love him when he does go when people try to come at him sideways, like Naphtali, or when Cosman Cal, Jabari gives a little taste of, let me make you feel like crap, then that's warranted. But can you imagine if everybody asked Jabari a question? He's like, oh my God, you're stupid. Okay, wait a minute. Do you even know what the word Kemet means? Oh, you don't? Yeah. Okay. Guess what? It's okay. It's just that you're so dumb and I feel so smart. And I'm sorry. What were you saying? Can you imagine if he acted like that? This is how they act. Now, of course, sometimes on panels, Cedric is being very nice. He's very cordial. He's very respectful. If you ask him things, because then you're asking him something and you're pandering. Yeah, I've asked him information that I didn't know. Yeah. And he answered. And I trusted his information because I respected him at that moment. But the minute that he doesn't know something and I show him, it's all smoke and mirrors and cap. No, I don't think so.
I
Oh,
said
yes,
it is in the wheelhouse of the pseudo killers because I actually made the claim that in 10,000 years, we're going to see where we were infected with COVID as a population, right?
So this is what he says. Remember, he's been battling and arguing and debating on panels, informally debating. They were debating with Dulcinea all the time. So just like he did with the spontaneous combustion, he's like, remember that time when I had the CVID and I was like, oh, I'm coughing. So like Dulcinea was in the panel and I was like, wow, this reminds me of like when in the future you're going to know that we all had the CVID. Remember that? That's what I was talking about. No, you didn't bring out the information and the research on the retrovirus. Grand opening, grand closing. Stop playing with me. You're Mr. Scientific, right? Why are you gray? Why is there so many shades of gray? Huh? Why? There was this time when I was talking about in the future. What? You said you didn't even talk to her about it because she was a second grader. Then you said you guys did talk about it all the time. Then you said you never brought it up, but then you were always talking about it in the future. Stop.
I understand that science. I said to Sarnetta, I didn't get past second grade with Dulcinea, but she jumped out there, took a full-on debate, and all the elements that point to evolution are going to be brought out. And the fact that you actually hit her with that was beautiful. I commended you on that. And
oh, wow. I really appreciate that. But because I am a real goddess, you're still going to have to get this ass whipping, okay? Because you can commend me on everything, and then right in the next breath, you start condescending, acting like you know more than me. You did not admit that you didn't know the information fully enough. You had a grasp on it. Yeah, I never took that away from you. But remember, you're Mr. Pseudo Killer, God panel of gods, the Divine Council. Why didn't you bring the information out? Because you're not the Divine Council. You're Gilligan's Island.
And I also said, up until now, you have not said anything that has warranted the attention of the pseudo killers. You were on point with your evolution debate, but you said,
right. I just want to make it clear that you never touched on that with her.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. You're absolutely right. I never made a claim.
Right. And the only reason, Cedric, and I appreciate you, like I said, this is all about work. This isn't personal. What I'm saying is I saw, and it's not like I give a care about, oh, you have to say something about me, but let's keep it a buck. Pseudo killers brag about how you guys are so on top of the community about science, but that's really basic information, to be honest, about the retrovirus. But no one ever dropped that basic. No one ever dropped that family. No one even in pseudo killers ever dropped that bomb on Dulcinea on a panel. That's like basic, elementary. And then when I see them going over that portion of the debate and never mentioning once, I'm glad Nepal brought that out.
Right.
And it's not that I need them to kiss my ass, but the point is I'm your mama. So you forgot to say, oh, this is why they don't mention it, because then they have to admit that I brought it out. And it's not even a big deal, besides the fact that pseudo killers are not the top scientific. You're not the litmus of all science, and we're gonna test and see. When I say litmus, I made an analogy to like a litmus test to test the pH level. Yeah, like real talk. Like no, you acting like you didn't come past. I'm sorry to break the party up and bust the pinata. No, you guys aren't who are you guys? I just proved it. Who I'm asking. Show me I'm wrong. Who are the pseudo killers? See, I never said anything. I just sat back. Now, because I don't like this, I don't like bullies. That's the point. I don't like bullies. You're bullies. And you're bullies that need to be put in check. Apart from, I'm specifically talking about Cedric, and I've seen Juju and this other guy. I'm not talking about every single person who's a pseudo killer. I want to make that clear. But you're all a collective whole. Remember, he said we all come together. So okay, that's good. Then you are bullies, and you're not doing what you think you're doing. I don't know why anybody. I guess people are trying to be nice, but you guys aren't being nice. Talking about you didn't get past. Who the hell are you guys? It's like when you're going, you know how you were walking into I don't know, let's say an event, and you've got the real municipal police there, maybe outside, and then some Keystone cop, like this rent-a-cop comes up, the security guard, like, hey, I'm gonna need you to first off stop right there, and we need to find out where you're going. Who the hell are you? You're not anybody. The cops aren't having a problem with me. Get the hell out of my way. That's how I feel about the pseudo killers. Real talk. See if you can get past the pseudo killers. No, you got to get past Napasha. Pseudo killers got to get past. I'm not talking about the community. The pseudo killers have to get past me, because as I've proven, you didn't present any. Not just even the retro. And I'm turned all the way up to 1,000 because Senator's already put a full battery pack in my back. For a few days, and I have because I really wasn't looking, and he's right. He's like, damn, they talking about Rich on Magic 3. I think it's 363. I think that's his, or 36 Magic. You know that his Rich successful channel. Then I went and looked. They're talking about Blue Pill. Then they're talking about, they talk about Dulcinea. She's so dumb. She's dummy. You're dumb. How's that? You don't get what I say about Dulcinea is not about, oh, she's so dumb. I get to do that with Dulcinea. You don't get to fucking talk about Dulcinea like that. Because I'm your mama. Dulcinea's humble. For the most part, she won't kiss anybody's butt, but she won't sit there and go, well, I knew that about that already. No, one thing she says is, I didn't know about it, but my information's fire. That's what she says. Like, they act like, oh, we're so smart. They literally go cram, and there's nothing wrong with cramming. They go and cram on a topic, and then they go the next day and present it as if they are masters of it. And then, of course, they throw in that disclaimer because they know they might get checked. They throw in that disclaimer. Speaking about Juju, she'll say, and family, we're just learning this just like you. You don't really think that. You don't really think that. You're condescending the whole time you're up there. You laugh. Oh, no, it's not cute anymore. You're not pseudo killers. You're Gilligan's Island. That's what you are to me. I'm the pseudo killer. Okay? I'm like that in the video game. You go through all the little pseudos, and some are stronger and they get stronger. And then you get to the end, and I'm that giant, flaming, 30-foot high with all the extra power pseudo that you cannot get past. And it's not the kind of game where you keep on trying. You only get one life and you only get one try. That's what I am. And that's a flex on the pseudo killers. Not a flex on everybody. Just the ones who talk a lot of shit and condescend and laugh at people. Virus. Let's talk about just the actual stem cell information that you could compare primates. They never brought that out. With the neural stem cells, that was like light work. I almost was like, I don't get it. When I would turn it on, and you didn't, and I told you that was Lucy. What the hell are they script? Why don't you just pull this up? Whatever. Let me go here and look up some more stuff on Kemet. on my pseudo beliefs. Let me find out more about the esoteric of the Bible. This is fun. But then when my sister Dulcinea said, you know, first off, Naphtali wanted to do that debate. Let me just give you the background. I don't even have a, like, for me, I don't want to do that. I like, okay, I'm 100% solid on the primates. Evolution, I know I could beat up my sister Naphtali on it. So Naphtali was so scared to debate me. I said, go ahead, pick whatever you want. We got that debate down. She dropped out. Great. Dulcinea came up and said, I want to do it. I said, yeah, let me give her a shot. I've been seeing her going back and forth with Cedric and Ankh and the pseudo killers for 4 months or whatever on primates. Like, is this real? Is this real? Anyway, again, that stuff when I would listen to you guys, you know, you ever walk past a playground and you see children playing and you say, oh, they're so
exactly the point.
I swear, every time I would hear you, Ankh, Dulcinea up on the panel and sometimes Juju, I say, oh, look at these kids. They're so cute. Okay, let me go ahead and get back to what I was doing. And then
exactly. I'm appreciating the fact that you're illustrating, reiterating my point.
Cedric, I love you, and you do give me my props. You always say good job, Nepal, but I'm just talking about pseudo killers as a whole, not you, not Juju, not Ankh individually. I'm talking about the whole.
Yeah, we pseudo killers is a family, and we a team. So we are pseudo killers, and whoever's around gonna pop up. So we represent the collective.
So you heard him. I'm not. And like I said, yeah, I do. He's a brother. I love him as a black man. And by the way, when I start making the jokes about island, that's where my whole family, well, not my whole, on my dad's side, they're from the island of Hispaniola, like Haiti and Dominican Republic, Haiti and Dominican Republic. So don't anybody get to like, oh my gosh, she was talking about he's from an island, so now you can start calling her a hoe. That's what Sonetter's thinking, because that's what they usually do. Like when I get them and I make jokes. He was making jokes the other night on Ox channel. He's like, bend over, let daddy spank you. And he started acting like he's spanking me on my butt. I'm like, cringy. And it was all cool. Like, not cool. I was like, nobody spanks me but my husband. And I just left. So remember, I am a woman who's not still like, I can't believe he said that. I want to talk to you guys. How could he disrespect me like that? No, I'd like to focus on whipping you with my baton. Bate, hit the piñata. That bate means hit. Bate piñata, get it? Like, I want to hit the piñata instead. And that's when you hear me joking around Cedric. I don't want anything bad for him in his life. I know he's a father, but on this internet playing with this play like you guys are the police of science, no. Acknowledge that there are people out here who can bust your piñata. And then instead of saying, you know, she got me, like something else Ankh would do, which is fine. It's crazy because the daddy of the group is like, cool. He gets in there. He has his opinions. He bangs, but he's not condescending. I love Ankh for that. He might be pissed off this build. Sorry, but I got to go in on your crew. Okay. You're the skipper, but Professor Dunn just knocked the whole coconut set up, all the he turned to him and Killigan just knocked all the shit off, and it's just everywhere. They don't know what spontaneous combustion is. He's over here talking about the sun and like spooky fire trolls. Anyway, sorry. So Ankh, yeah, they need a refresher course. They gotta get checked, because I think when Ankh started Pseudo Killers, he was coming after people like Ali, which I'm 100% with them, and my sister Dulcinea, talking about it's all racism. We ain't primates. That's what Ankh's mission was. But his badass kids, the rest of the Gilligan's Islands, I should say, Skipper's over here trying to fix the minnow. Ankh is really trying to do the best. We're going to get off this island. Oh my God. You know what? I know if I'm corny, I love to make myself laugh too. Unc is over here fixing the men SS minnow, and he's thinking they getting off Gilligan's Island, and Professor is over here just blowing shit up. Shit's catching on fire. He's knocking all the coconut beakers and the bamboo test tubes off, and it's a damn mess. Okay, don't do that to him, please. He has completed the minnow almost. He's completed this SS Pseudo Killers to get off that island, and y'all just want to act just stupid, sitting around talking about people and making fun of people. Stop. Don't do that to him. He's worked hard. So yes, the Pseudo Killers that he started, the mission. Stop, Ali. Stop, Inky. For God's sake, I'll help you. If that was the thing, I'd be a pseudo killer. But I'm too knowing the metaphysical is so awesome. I've done too much magic in my life to not be into metaphysical. That's right. So I'm like that pseudo killer that they never thought was out there. I mean, I'm that pseudo, and I'm the pseudo killer. Anyway, my point is, Ankh doesn't do this, but all the other stuff. Oh, we're a team. You're a team that sits around and berates and ridicules people for fun. Lex Vortex is very intelligent. He's a complete psychopath, but he's extremely intelligent. He's a little bit. He's like the level before you get to me. Yes, when I say in the video game, I'm talking about the video game as far as ferocity and power. Because you also got to know how their minds work. You can't let them get away with anything. Like how I was very careful. That's the part of my litigating, my lawyer family background. Like I know how to keep you in the corner. You're not going to get past it. That's why I'm a good debater. But Lex Vortex is super, super uber intelligent. He's a piece of dirt, the way he talks about me. Bless his mentally ill heart. But when it comes to information, he's very good. And when he hits their panels, he falls for Cedric's rigmarole, is capology. I don't fall for it. Let's keep listening here.
Now let me give you just
but I wasn't finished. You didn't get what I said.
Go ahead.
I know you're a collective. I'm talking about you as a collective. I'm not talking about Cedric when he said great job, Nepal, or Ankh when he said great job, or Juju in the chat when she says you got her. I'm not talking about the individual people. I'm talking about your whole group. I'm calling out the group saying you're my children. You really are, because I can get one, and then my son Lex Vortex trying to talk to you about consciousness. He follows me. He's embarrassing. He's embarrassing me. I can. I was mad. Yeah, he is. Get off those panels with them. Stop it. Don't do that. Don't do that for them. You're giving them power. Sitting there and letting it and going back and forth. That's what Dulcinea giving. If Dulcinea would have listened to me, I'm gonna tell you, I am a pseudo. Y'all already know it, and you know I love you. I'm not looking at the chat because I don't want to get triggered by anything negative, but I love you guys. You know I'm a pseudo, but I'm a scientific pseudo. I use science. Just Lex does that too. But what I'm saying is, Dulcinea could have come and just blown their whole thing away. If I wouldn't even have debated her. She wouldn't. No one would ever been able to approach her if she would have not said, "And this is science. This is mainstream." No, Dulcinea. That's where it's just be proud to be a pseudo. Take their legs away. Take them away. And when they come to you to debate science, what you do. I'm giving some real good secrets away. What you do is you continue to make sure that you tell them this is not conventional science, but I can use conventional science on your ass. And now what? Then that's like kryptonite to a pseudo killer. They don't like that. Lex does that sometimes too, but he goes too far metaphysical with them. Like, you notice how Unc, no, that's where I want to show you this is where I get the respect for Unc's moves. Unc came in and said, so on his, I think it was his panel or on here, he said, so do you believe that human spontaneous combustion is possible? See, that's what I'm talking about. I said, I'm not going there. And he laughed because he knew that I knew and he knew. You get it? I'm not doing that. You're not getting me to go there. I'm going to stick. My pinata stick is just fine beating up Cedric about basic spontaneous combustion in science. In what context? Right there, I'll get up and leave if he was in an audition, or I tell him okay, thank you, goodbye. And that tells me you don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean in what context? I thought you were Mr. Science. Let's keep listening. Get in here and show you mainstream conventional science that will make the whole pseudo killers just sit back and go, well, Napaya is our mom. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead.
And I'm here to get a spanking from mama if mama thinks she can do that. So let's get it. But the point is, you were talking about us having a kindergarten conversation. You're absolutely right. Like I illustrated, when I'm talking to Dulcinea, I am not getting past the second grade. If you don't understand the basic.
So he goes in and starts putting Dulcinea's intelligence down. See, I'm talking to you. This is I'm walking you through slow. Basically, we're in here cleaning up an bursted appendix, and I'm the surgeon, and you're the residents, and you're here with me. He's trying to get me to get off of him and start putting Dulcinea down. What do you mean? I'm talking about all of you. When I was walking by the playground, Dulcinea wasn't the only one, but you see how he's like, Dulcinea? No, my friend. I'm talking about all of you. You pseudo killers who think you're an authority on some shit. Dulcinea doesn't sit around talking about bring them to me if they're talking about science. I'll decide. No, I'm talking about all of you. So you notice how he starts putting Dulcinea down and of course I debated Dulcinea. I do not agree at all that we're not primates. That's already done. So I'm too smart for that. And I don't mean smart like, oh, I can beat you in a spelling bee, and you should check out my MCAT scores. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about first off, I'm a woman. Secondly, I'm clever. I'm too clever for you. I'm the nine-tailed fox. I'm the fox. I'm the serpent in the garden. You can't try to we're gonna all beat up on Dulce. I'm not a pseudo killer. Oh, did he say somebody's dumb? Yeah, let me join in. That's what pseudo killers do. Besides their daddy, which is ironic. He's gonna have to do a whole sweep and just get everybody. They got to go back to boot camp.
Opponents. Why am I going to entertain going any deeper? However, she jumped all the way out there into a full-fledged debate and be brought into question at that point.
Okay. Yeah.
See? Yeah. All the components of evolution are going to be brought into.
He got a call from the top guy. I'm just kidding. I don't know who called him. But you notice he's putting Dulcinea down and pandering to me. I'm beyond that. Listen to my response.
The equation at that point. And I reiterated the fact that, it's a great argument to bring into a debate because it's an angle not often discussed. However, the pseudo killers, me specifically, mentioned the fact that in 10,000 years, we're going to see the retrovirus marker in our population.
No, stop. Notice the cap? He's a capologist. Professor, whatever you cooked up in your lab of coconut beakers and bamboo test tubes, you didn't bring it to the boat for Skipper to patch up the boat with. So stop. In fact, the shit you created is explosive. You said it's for patching up holes in the boat and it's blowing shit up. Go back to the lab. You're a liar. That's the people don't like to be called liars. You're a capologist. How's that? You're talking about how you talked about CVID and the for future and retrovirus. I didn't say you don't know about retroviruses. You didn't bring up the study. Stop playing yourself. I can see he see how he lies. Oh, and I was. Why don't you just say, you know what, Nepal? I know about retrovirus, but that information, you're right. I didn't even bring that up because I never knew it. You didn't know it. This is my point. It's not like, so what? He didn't know it. You think everybody know? No, the point is they make fun of people and call everybody. See how he's calling Dulcinea dumb? I said I was walking by them, looking at them as if I was walking by the playground because all of them, they weren't bringing out the information that would say, okay, I get you. It was shit that I was like, now I'm not going to lie. Some of the stuff on evolution, I had to go research, and I did. Because I was extremely disinterested in it. I wasn't interested in it. The evolution stuff, like the E1, like the markers. And I still don't have a grasp on it like I want to. But if I sit down and study it and I'm, I really am interested in it, I would master it. Just like any of you, right? That's all of you in this community. And I'm not just pandering. We're fucking awesome, you guys. Sorry to use that word. We are. We love information. Some people on the internet like to watch people get just like people slander people. That gets them off. Some people like to come on the internet and they like to, look at the gossip of the celebrities. Some people like us, we like to get into communities like this and we like to learn and like laugh and joke and get heated and argue. And basically it's like it is a family. Like I'm going in on him. I'm mad. Shoot, one time you know how it is with family members. You know how you are with your cousins and oh, my uncle, I don't know why my uncle took my car from the party. I told him to go get some more ice, but I didn't tell the Negro to take my car and he crashed it all up to the pole. You get mad, but you don't hate the person. I still have love for him. However, he's they got to stop. So we're pretty awesome in this community. If we're interested in something, we continue to zone in on it and learn. Some people like the pseudo killers and their audience, they love science. Now, the problem is they have a responsibility to their audience to not be assholes. What are you showing people? We learn science so we could sit and talk about people all day and make fun of them? You know what? You take several seats. Be teachers like most of the teachers. I know I keep saying separating Ankh, and I know that's his group, but Ankh doesn't really do that. He's not condescending. He breaks skulls, but he's not condescending like that. He doesn't sit up all day. Oh, let me tell you how dumb all these people are. Now he will say, God damn, this person's dumb. But it's a reason. I get it. I might not agree with him, but I get it. But as far as all this shit about, oh, we're the pseudo killers and we've been watching you. Watching me for what? You don't even know what spontaneous combustion is.
That was in the context of a discussion about retroviruses. So again, the fact that we didn't go into it was because we were having a kindergarten conversation with a baby. Dulcinea is a baby. We agree. So, Mama, if you think you're gonna put a spanking on your son, come and try.
All right, I hear you. Now, yeah, no, it's good. It's all good. I wasn't just specifically saying Dulcinea. I said walking past a playground, seeing all the children. See how I just got right away? Got you, Your Honor. It's my time to come up on too. Okay. Sir, I wasn't discussing Dulcinea only, and nobody was talking about how dumb she is in kindergarten. I said all of you The conversation was just basic. As my sister, I love Dej Love. What's the line? She says, "You belong with them basic bitches, not me." I'm being serious. And I'm not saying they were bitches at all. I would never call the brother a bitch because he doesn't disrespect me in that way. I'm calling him Gilligan's Island's professor and all that, joking around, just like he's saying, "Mama coming." That's cringy to me. Y'all think I'm not feeling that, but guess what? I get it. That's his joke, and he's not trying to offend me. He's being funny, and he's doing his comedy. I do my comedy. I just want to point that out. All this, oh, my husband is so, oh my God, we got a huge argument over that. I don't want the brother to call you. I thought this was listen. Anyway, I want to apologize to Sonnetter for getting upset. I want to apologize for turning up. And he apologized to me. I apologize to him. But I need to publicly apologize because he tries to do what's right. He loves Cedric. I love Cedric. Shit, I've said some nice things about Cedric, but I said Cedric, and I've said it before. Cedric can get under my skin, and he's under my skin right now. And my reaction to someone getting under my skin is pulling out the pinata stick and just. You ever seen Signs with Mel Gibson and Joaquin Phoenix? Swing away, Merle. That's me. I just start swinging away. When I was listening to, but you and I align with as far as evolution, I align with the pseudo killers for the most part on the science of primates and that discussion. So we want to be able to debate that, but consciousness, and you know what I delivered. Let me tell you about the method of my madness. The method to my madness is me talking, bringing out some of the information I don't bring out in this community, like time travel. I'm doing that methodically because I want to see if the pseudo killers want to come out and play. And that's right, family. I am going into talking about time travel. Actually, I want to say this though, how I said they're talking about consciousness now. I love that they're talking about consciousness. That the conversation has been sparked. I'm going to say it again. I haven't looked in the chat. I love you all for being here with me, but you know how I am. I get sidetracked. But I'm going to say this: we do have a great community. Even this isn't a contradiction. Even the pseudo killers, like, I love you guys for delving in and trying to bring forth and continue Ank's vision, but y'all took the whole. I love doing the Gilligan's Island analogy. Y'all took the whole minnow. Everything was set on course, and patched up and gone, and y'all turned it right back around and went right back to Gilligan's. You head right back to Killigan's Island and stop. That's not what Skipper wants. He wants to go after the real pseudos, those who I'm gonna keep. I mean, you can love Ali. Ali is no, brother. When you start talking about sickle cell is caused by what you say, enterovirus, or what you say, it was like a gut infection. No, don't do that. Stop. And then when you start freaking out on a panel, I respect men. I do. I respect men. I respect my brother Cedric. There's a part of me saying, Napa, don't cross that line. So, but when Ali is up there telling lies, I get the pseudo killers. I get you. Even I'm going to go back to the thing about blue pill, even though I went in on them. I get that you want to critique when somebody's talking about outer space and black holes. That's real science. But the way they approach it, like these dumbass niggas, it reminds me, it's honestly, I'm not going to lie. It's like they've replaced the, you know what I'm saying? The enemy, the one who, the enemy who has oppressed us, but we're not going to claim oppression anymore. but the enemy, it reminds me how they make fun of us. It really does. Now, am I saying they're that bad and that they mean that? No. I know they mean well, or maybe they're just actually not maybe. I'm gonna keep it a buck. They're so hurt from whatever happened to them that they found a place in our community where we did at a time because Ankh, they got a great respect. Like, I'm gonna throw somebody out here that I think is great. Miss Tiffany. Miss Tiffany is perfect with Ankh. If she was a pseudo killer, I think she is. She never is condescending. She's not the type to get on a panel and be like, let's look at this, you guys. They're so dumb. Oh, let's get them. Like, you can't take that position. Now, should you bang hard? Yeah. And I can't even think of anyone else over there who, besides Ankh, and I name Miss Tiffany. And again, I don't look at all the pseudo killers, but I'm coming for the pseudo killers because my husband agrees too. Sonetter, he's actually the puppet master a bit. You know, I'm Pinocchio, he's Geppetto. I don't have strings, but he's like, yeah, look what they're doing over here, baby. And I'm like, he didn't really say it like that, but I was like, God, you're right. Like, he's like, Uncle, don't be doing that. I was like, you're right, Sonetter. But then so basically I'm saying I love them, but we're a community of learners. And how are we going to be learners when we have people who are saying, okay, science is a big deal. You're not going to take science from me. You're out of your damn mind. Just like Dulcinea says, you're not taking science from me. No, science is, we're not going to let you just say, oh, it's pseudo killer science. You got me messed up. You're not going to be the police of science because you didn't earn that. You're condescending. I mean, science is some of the most intimidating subjects of all, right? That's why a lot of people don't go into STEM. They don't go into it. Science, technology, engineering, and math. Oh, and Dr. Ma'at, she's not one of those people either. So we got Ankh. I don't know if Dr. Ma'at is a pseudo killer, but we have Ankh, Miss Tiffany, and Dr. Ma'at. That's all I can name from pseudo killers who they really love the people. They don't sit up there and go, oh, you're so dumb. Come on in. Let me teach you. All right. I won't go in on you. I'm going to tell you good, but I'm not going to give you no credit. Cause I was talking about when my son ate a popsicle and then he bit on the popsicle and there was a mark on it one day. I turned to my camera and held that popsicle up and I said, this reminds me of retroviruses. So don't tell me I didn't bring up the study on retrovirus to Dulcinea. Stop it, Cedric. So my point is, we have a beautiful, and I'm not pandering, this is a special place. It really is. Like, people come in like an empty vessel, like, okay, what can I get? Put it in, let me get it. Okay, we got this. Okay. Oh, that's what you taught about the Bible? Get out of here. Oh, I'll take that though. All right, let me take that little bit on the Bible. Oh, you got science? Okay, load me up. I want to be in it. I'm coming in the pseudo killers audience. And then while they get the information that you're just reading, you just crammed, you just basically are reading basic information that they can get on their own. No, I'm sorry. I'm telling the truth. Juju's a beautiful woman, and the guy with the telescope in the background, that's cool. But like, all right, you're giving me information I could Google or like go to YouTube and watch. But I want to watch the pseudo killers because you guys are awesome. Ankh is a pioneer of attacking false information that could be harmful. But what they're also downloading in the audience is your condescending tone and, oh, see, let's get all these dumb pseudos. Oh my God. Suntan said he works in refrigeration, so he knows about oxidation. I can't, guys, please, somebody. This is stupid. It's so much for me. Oh my God. No, that's toxic. And I'm calling you out. All right, so let me finish this. And now we're going to see Juju sitting up with that other guy talking about time travel as if they even know anything about it. They're going to go cram because that's what you guys did on consciousness. Y'all don't know anything about consciousness. You have the nerve to try to talk about the brain. It's embarrassing almost.
We're doing a series on the brain, but we don't know nothing about it.
Yeah, you're doing a series on the brain, meaning you go, which is nothing wrong with this. I'm going to repeat, nothing is wrong with this. I'm going to repeat it over and over. Everybody does it. Everybody. I want to know about time travel. Well, I've been looking at this for a year, so that's not a good example. I want to know about Kemet. There we go. I start learning about it. I don't cram my shit. I'm tasting it, slowly savoring it bit by bit. It is awesome. So I'm not an expert in Kemet, and everybody knows it. You get why? Because I'm not an expert, and I'm not a stupid ass. You'll never see me like Cedric and Juju and the other guy sitting up on the internet laughing and talking about people on a subject I barely know that I just crammed on. And I'm not cramming on Kemet, but you get what I'm saying? It's like I'm learning about something, I bring it to the internet. That's what we do. That's why it makes it so awesome. But you guys, you didn't know shit about consciousness. I remember the panel we did, but you impressed people because you're working in a lab and you are the professor on Gilligan's Island, or maybe Pseudo Killer Island. And you're an intelligent man and you're well-spoken. So people eat that up. Black, white, yellow, Chinese, green. People, when you're well-spoken and you sound like you have a grasp on the information, people just kind of like take you for legit. If they don't have a scientific full grasp on a situation, that doesn't make people dumb. I'm going to repeat it. Why am I repeating it? Because that's exactly what they want to make you feel like, family. Like, duh, we live science. But if you don't go actually find out the actual science on what you already know, you won't know that you're an expert at it. Like what Suntan said about oxidation and rusting and how he works in refrigeration. And then the brother Cedric was falling out, throwing himself around like at the Holy Ghost of spontaneous combustion, but not spontaneous combustion. And he was laughing at him. So no, it's not right. It's just wrong. You don't get to come into the community. And for real, Unc should be happy I'm doing this. Because he will come in and say, look, I need a team meeting. To hell with this. You ain't messing my shit up. You know how Unc is. Oh, I've been working too hard for this. I worked too hard for this. Who knows? Oh my God. I got to ask you, there was a video when the guy, he worked at like Arby's and he's caught his wife cheating. And he supposedly unalived her and threw her in the river. But when he caught her, he was like on social media going, I worked too hard for this. So anyway, yeah, they need to quit. Let me play the rest. And then it's already 4:22 over here. Let them play the rest. Today is the debate, y'all. Get your tickets. Brother. When I say nothing, I mean nothing that nobody else knows. When you do, I said this about the lame-o Chris Harris. It doesn't make you a superhero when you can just parrot information. You have to be innovative. You have to get. I called Chris a lame-o because he got on Doodoo Naz of the Thunderdome Nights on that channel that talks about me like worse than a dog. And he got up there and he said all kinds of nasty things about me. And then just started talking about me. And I was like, damn, this nigga is weird. Okay. All right. So that's why I called him lame-o. The information and make it your own. And pseudo killers never, ever do that. All pseudo killers do. Right. Brother, all you guys do is read something and repeat it and laugh at people. You laugh at people for thinking outside the box. And you laugh at people even when they're correct. I'm not talking about Dulcinea with that ridiculous, we're not primates. I'm talking about when they were laughing at Blue Pill. Blue Pill was doing a presentation and they can say, oh, that must have triggered her. It's not about, I don't even have to agree with him. The point is, even you do this. You can't laugh at people's information just because you might be an atheist. You can't laugh at it and then say, and science laughs too. Not with me, you can't. No,
Now,
let me make it clear to you,
so
Cedric. I'm
now,
going to land
so
my
now,
plane. You can't do that with Napashida. You can do that with Dulcinea, maybe even Blue Pill. Anything I teach that's metaphysical and outside the box, mainstream science will prove it for me too.
here we had the contradiction right there. We're talking about mainstream science, and you're absolutely right. What the pseudo killers does, it's exercise and practice and teach proper methodology, which is within the playing field. You're on the football field. These are the rules to the game called science. That's mainstream.
They do not teach mainstream science. They repeat what has already been taught in mainstream science while they ridicule, berate, and humiliate those who don't know mainstream science. And you can see him right here calling Dulcinea dumb every 5 seconds. Dulcinea is not dumb. She was out of pocket with the primate shit, and she was out of control in the context of mainstream science. She was. However, this is the consciousness community. So there you go. But she was coming as, again, I'll say it for the 30th time. If she would have released that whole this is mainstream science, she would have been untouchable. I wouldn't even want to. Why am I going to debate it? This is something why would I debate it? Oh, we're not primates. And let me show you what I'm talking about on another level, because I was in the lab with Dr. Doolittle Ali, and we was talking to animals, and the monkey said, "We don't know you niggas." I'm just kidding. My point is, no, you're not teaching mainstream science, pseudo killers. No, you're not doing the proper science. You're not doing. He said something about methodology. No, you sit up, just a bunch of people. I'm gonna go cram on this because tomorrow I want to make fun of some people. Today my boss pissed me off, and I'm gonna go in, and then that Negro loves to talk about the brain. I want to go in and talk crap about people, and then you cram, like you go around the internet. Like, I know you're gonna look at this, and I know you looked at my time travel stuff, but you didn't go in on it because you're scared. Because I did it on purpose. None of them, notice none of them, you're the bosses and the police. Why didn't you grab my stuff on time travel? Because I was on point. Because I'm getting ready to bust all of you open with information on that. See, he would say that's pseudo. But you know what? You found out it's not pseudo because I'm teaching the truth about it. Science has confirmed time travel. Shit, they've been talking about time travel for a while. Okay? A while. And no, it's not pseudo. But I love topics like that because they're so amazing. Time travel, spontaneous combustion. So scientifically, let me drop this gem on the pseudo killers on Killigan Pseudo Killer Island. Let me drop this coconut on them. All right. So since science has proven that there is such thing as spontaneous combustion, we don't have to just limit it to haystacks and compost piles and piles of dirty, greasy rags. It can be anything. Anything organic, right? We're organic, right? See, it's science. Come along, pseudos. You can't get around that. That statement right there. Just leave it. Let it freeze. Hold it up. Come on and come on and test it. So hypothetically, scientifically, meaning hypothetically, we can approach human spontaneous combustion without a bunch of, I don't know who, I'm just going to call you capologists and bitter Bettyologists coming to us, making us feel dumb. That's what they would do. So the reason I didn't say it to my brother Ankh is I wasn't the moment, because I was too busy beating up Cedric with the pinata stick. I was in a frenzy. Huh? Did you say? I'm too busy. Oh, candy's already out. Damn. Stop hitting it. It's already broken. Got it. My point is spontaneous human or human spontaneous combustion or spontaneous human combustion could be possible. Why? Because spontaneous combustion is possible in organic matter. Yeah. Let me finish this off.
So now if you go with fringe arguments or go with your own hypothesis, which is not corroborated by
Nobody even said that. He's just, this is how he's a capologist of all capology, doctor of capologist. He is the captain of capology. Nobody said anything like that. It's like he's like a top that you spin and it just starts spinning everywhere, knocking everything. You know, jacks. You ever play jacks and you take the one jack and it's spin it and it starts knocking all the still jacks off? Like, damn, nobody even said anything about that. We were talking about science. It's like, and if you don't do, nobody, I am talking about science, sir.
science. We're dealing with unfalsifiable information or information that hasn't been accepted by the scientific consensus. And then to claim that science is going to establish, you're going to prove your hypothesis or your ulterior explanation with science, that is contradictory by nature. So when we're going to have these conversations,
here comes the death. Here, another. He's already. I've got to beat him a little more. I just said that time travel can be proven through mainstream science, but you, as a capologist and as the professor of Killigan Pseudo Island, you would say time travel is pseudo. And so would a bunch of the other echo chamber pseudoologists, or I should say capologists on Pseudo Island. They would laugh too until somebody comes and say, wait, hold on, guys. Like till the captain, till Uncle comes in. No, y'all don't laugh yet. Look. I actually did the research. And the research says, no, okay. But she's still pseudo, y'all. But let me show you something. We got to take our time. This ain't the regular pseudo. I've been telling you that. I still got to show you the scar across my back when she tried to tell. I laughed at her about nanotechnology and vaccines. Y'all don't know what you're dealing with now. And hold on. And when we approach this time travel, we're going to have to say specific things. See, Unc is smart. Unc is smart. His team is the ones that aren't ready. I'm talking about science, mainstream science, smarty pants. Time moves faster at different levels of elevation. That's science. Mr. Pseudo Killer, professor of Pseudo Killer Island. No. Hush. Like I said, I'm going to bring in things that I know that are metaphysical and phenomenal and bust your pinata open with science and teach it. And you're just going to cry on the sidelines. Spontaneous human combustion, time travel, spooky entanglement. Wait, hold on. Oh, I'm sorry. Einstein actually called it spooky. Huh, interesting. I wonder if Einstein thought of himself as a pseudo killer. Quantum entanglement, he called it spooky. All right, let's finish listening to this capologist, and then I can close it out.
About consciousness, yes, the pseudo killers is going to stick to the scientific consensus. We're going to explain the framework in which these conversations can take place. And when we're dealing with science, we're dealing with naturalism. From the moment you step into metaphysical, you're now not dealing with naturalism. So you cannot apply the scientific method to metaphysical thought. Metaphysical is thought and lives within the realm of philosophy and not within the realm of science. So right there, Napa, is where the handbrakes come up. The stop sign is there.
Okay, let me get on you right now. Let me clear this up for you. And at this moment, I didn't really, I had no anger toward him. he didn't complain. He was irritating me, and again, I the love is there. Like, you know how you get mad. I said I gave the example of your uncle driving your car to get the ice, and then he wraps it around a tree, and he's fine. But then you're like, who told you to take the car? You've been drinking all night. Don't you know you have Lyft on your app on your phone? But anyway, so at this point, I'm not completely, but I could see he didn't like me telling him, you're not all that, bro. You know how your family, like, I'm using these analogies and I love the chat. I swear I'm going to look after I'm done. Because if I look and anything negative or whatever, I just don't want to get out of this vibe. And I want you guys to I hope everybody's cool. But anyway, you know how you have a family member who gets like a good job and they're like the boss, and you go to work with them one day and everybody's like, oh yes, thank you, sir, thank you, ma'am, to whoever it is, your brother or sister, and you looking like they don't know you. They don't know you like I know you. So it's funny because I mean, it's no problem. I have no problem with this brother personally. Of course, I'm making personal expressions and personal feelings, but it goes into what we're doing in the community. And again, I'm going to keep saying it. This is a community, like, I really feel like, I've observed that we got something good over here. We have a lot of good learning. And we go in like I'm doing. It's not just like, and then he was talking about me and everybody's like, I like try to spice it up a little bit. But anyway, let's continue. And shout out to Sonetter for making all this possible. He's the one who made it possible. So let me finish letting you see him go. I'm laughing at how he's acting.
Y'all, I'm gonna tell right now, you're gonna see what I'm talking about. Nobody's saying
he wasn't ready. Poor guy. He was in like play mode because he's used to everybody being like, oh, Pseudo. I was up here getting my oiling down, wiping down my pinata stick.
Metaphysics. I said mainstream science, and mainstream science, don't interrupt me because I know you're gonna get triggered. Mainstream science includes quantum mechanics. It includes the quantum examinations, the quantum physics. And guess what? Pseudo killers, a bunch of people who get on the internet and want to feel better about themselves and laugh at other people because they think they are aligning with mainstream science. The pseudo killers can't even, quantum physics contradicts Einstein's theory of relativity. But you don't see a bunch of scientists laughing and talking about each other like, oh, these hilarious physicists, we're quantum physicists, we're quantum theorists. Oh, they're so stupid. See, that's the problem with the pseudo killers. Just because it's not something that matches with your what you teach or what you know doesn't mean that it's not correct and that it's not science. Nobody said metaphysical. Yes, I believe very much in the metaphysical. I teach the metaphysical. I'm talking about science. You pseudo killers, now you will. You don't know anything about quantum theory or quantum physics or quantum mechanics. No, you know basics, just like everybody else in this panel. Anybody in this panel can go do what pseudo killers does. Open up a book, Google something. Oh, what is quantum physics? Oh, what are the 4 laws of thermodynamics? You're welcome, by the way. Okay, it's like pseudo killers, you're not an authority on anything. You're a part of the community and we appreciate you. You just said it yourself. You're just a hub of, I need to find out about something. Let me go instead. I don't want to read the book. Let me just go listen to Juju and Cedric for a minute. You're not doing anything as far as being the leaders. You are repeating information. What I do and what others do, especially me, is get science. Let me give you an example, everybody. I know you're going to hold back your laugh, but is spontaneous combustion pseudo, Cedric?
In which context? Because you seem to be often confusing context.
We're just talking about basic thermodynamics. See, family? You scared, huh? Is spontaneous combustion? I'm going to ask you again. You're the pseudo. You're the scientific leader. Is
Yeah.
spontaneous combustion pseudo? Yes or no? matches with your what you matches with your leaders. You are repeating
thought. Metaphysical. Metaphysical is thought and lives within the
mainstream science includes quantum mechanics.
You're going to prove your hypothesis, or you're playing within the playing field. You're on the you're on the football.
Because you might be an atheist. You can't laugh at it and then say, and science laughs too. Not with me, you can't. No, let me be clear to you, Cedric. I'm going to land my plane. You can't do that with Napashida. You can do that with Dulcinea, maybe even anything. I teach that's metaphysical and outside the box, mainstream science will prove it for me too.
You know, here we had the contradiction right there. We're talking about mainstream science, and you're absolutely right. What the pseudo killers does, it's exercise and practice and teach proper methodology, which is within the playing field. You're on the football field. These are the rules to the game called science. That's mainstream. So now, if you go with fringe arguments or go with your own hypothesis, which is not corroborated by science, we're dealing with unfalsifiable information or information that hasn't been accepted by the scientific consensus. And then to claim that science is going to establish, you're going to prove your hypothesis or your ulterior explanation with science, that is contradictory by nature. So when we're going to have these conversations about consciousness, yes, the pseudo killers is going to stick to the scientific consensus. We're going to explain the framework in which these conversations can take place. And when we're dealing with science, we're dealing with naturalism. From the moment you step into metaphysical, you're now not dealing with naturalism. So you cannot apply the scientific method to metaphysical thought. Metaphysical is thought and lives within the realm of philosophy. and not within the realm of science. So right there, Napa, is where the handbrake come up. The stop sign is there.
Okay, let me get on you right now. Let me clear this up for you, y'all. I'm gonna tell right now. You're gonna see what I'm talking about. Nobody's saying metaphysics. I said mainstream science, and mainstream science. Don't interrupt me because I know you're gonna get triggered. Mainstream science includes quantum mechanics. It includes the quantum examinations, the quantum physics, and guess what? Pseudo killers, a bunch of people who get on the internet and want to feel better about themselves and laugh at other people because they think they are aligning with mainstream science. The pseudo killers can't even quantum physics contradicts Einstein's theory of relativity. But you don't see a bunch of scientists laughing and talking about each other like, oh, these hilarious physicists, we're quantum physicists, we're quantum theorists. Oh, they're so stupid. See, that's the problem with the pseudo killers. Just because it's not something that matches with your what you teach or what you know doesn't mean that it's not correct and that it's not science. Nobody said metaphysical. Yes, I believe very much in the metaphysical. I teach the metaphysical. I'm talking about science. You pseudo killers, now you will. You don't know anything about quantum theory or quantum physics or quantum mechanics. No, you know basics. Just like everybody else in this.
Causation of
Okay, so you're saying you're
hydrogen. uh, it can automatically combust. So there are elements that exposed to air, which are going to consume oxygen, are going to appear to automatically go into auto combustion. However, it is
nothing caused it to, nothing pushed it. I'm saying for layman terms, nothing pushed it to
hydrogen. It,
pseudo, Cedric.
in which context? Because you seem to be often confusing
We're
context
just
of the
talking about
discussion.
basic thermodynamics. See, family, you scared, huh? Is
So
spontaneous I'm gonna
yeah,
ask you again. You're the
yeah,
pseudo, you're the scientific leader. Is
yeah.
spontaneous combustion pseudo? Yes or no?
No, it's not pseudo. But it
Okay.
depends on the context.
Oh, okay, it
So
depends on
if
the
you expose if you expose a stick of magnesium to air, it will combust. If you expose some hydrogen, it can automatically combust. So there are elements that exposed to air, which are going to consume oxygen, are going to appear to automatically go into auto combustion. However, it is a reaction with oxygen that is taking place. So
it's a
contextually,
reaction with oxygen. So you're saying that it's not spontaneous or it is spontaneous? Yes.
define spontaneous.
Scientifically, spontaneous would mean that nothing caused it to, nothing pushed it. I'm saying this for layman terms. Nothing pushed it to explode. So there was nothing that something outside. That's what I'm saying. Nothing outside of it caused it to explode.
No.
So there was nothing that something nothing caused it to, nothing pushed it. I'm saying this for layman terms. Nothing pushed it
to automatically go into auto combustion. However, it is a reaction with oxygen that is taking place. So
it's a
contextually,
reaction with oxygen. So you're saying that it's not spontaneous, or it is spontaneous?
define spontaneous.
Scientifically, spontaneous would mean that nothing caused it to, nothing pushed it. I'm saying this for layman terms. Nothing pushed it to explode. So there was nothing that something outside. That's what I'm saying. Nothing outside of it caused it to explode.
No. Nature is causational.
Okay. So you're saying that it is spontaneous combustion, then you say it's possible.
I say the appearance of something, for example, a stick of magnesium or phosphorus. You let phosphorus, you put some white phosphorus on a rock, exposed to sunlight, it's going to start to burn. The appearance of spontaneity, whatever, it's a reaction with the atmosphere. So in nature, everything is causal. So to assume start to burn. The appearance.
So there was nothing that something outside. That's what I'm saying. Nothing outside of it caused it to explode.
No. Nature is causational.
Okay, so you're saying that it is spontaneous combustion, then you say it's possible.
I say the appearance of something, for example, a stick of magnesium or phosphorus. You let phosphorus, you put some white phosphorus on a rock, exposed to sunlight, it's going to start to burn. The appearance of spontaneity, whatever, it's a reaction with the atmosphere. So in nature, everything is causal. So to assume that without a reaction, to assume that without reaction, without cause, that something is going to automatically just come.
Oh my gosh, you guys. I was going. You saw me screen share though, right? Damn, that's crazy. Well, I just you heard him though. You heard him. Damn. I just was talking about how he was wrong, and I showed I know, right? I'm looking in the chat now. Peace to everybody. When I left, Naplat explained the whole thing by definition. This is already over. Much love and respect to you. You guys, I was talking at the end, I was just reading the definition because remember he said no about external. So I just was sharing spontaneous combustion. Let me read it. Is the outbreak of fire without application of heat from external source. He said you could put a piece of phosphor or sprinkle some phosphorus on a stone and the sun will make it poof, and we think it's spontaneous, but it's not. Okay, thank you. And what's your name again? Okay, you're the professor of Capology Island. Oh, former pseudo killer. I got it. All right, so if you could just step this way to the L section. Yeah. No, we'll tell you what the L sound stands for later, okay? It doesn't stand for later. It stands for, y'all know, like stop. You don't know what you're talking about, and it's okay. The bottom line is, I'm making a lot of jokes. The bottom line is this. None of us know everything. I know the environment is, I'm going to show you that you're wrong. No, I'm going to show you wrong. That's not the same as everybody has to look stupid when I come in the room. Now, with me, I have a lot of Bible liars to slay. That's why I go hard on people who lie on the scriptures and hurt people with it. I'm going to say it again. I go hard on the people who teach lies of the scriptures and hurt people's lives. If somebody's just sitting over in the corner being just a normal Christian, oh, I love Jesus, praise God. Oh, and Paul said, don't you ever think that Jesus is the only one who knows what you're talking about. I do too, amen. Okay, fine, good, do it. But when you start saying, and Paul said, if you do not believe in him, Jesus is going to gouge all your children's eyeballs out. No, now I'm going to come in and say you're a liar. So same thing goes with people like the pseudo killers. Ankh is like, I'm doing this. We can't have people like Ali in here lying on sickle cell and talking about he's doing research in in a lab. Okay, maybe he is. I'm laughing because I have my head down like I'm praying. Anyway, I get it. That's awesome. But when you're a pseudo killer and you're sitting around trying to hurt people, trying to turn people from actually wanting to speak and have conversations in an environment where people should be able to be relaxed, to have conversations and not feel like I got to know everything. No. And I don't like communities like that. There's a couple other communities and sub communities that are like, oh, you believe in this, you get out, we're the ones. No, you're not. Get the hell out of here. People are here to learn and they have information too. But when they come here talking crazy, though, when I say have information too, no, Ali needs his pinata busted. And my sister Dulcinea, she had a little baby pinata that just needed to be snatched down. It didn't really need to be busted, just finger squished, because I don't know who was filling her head. It was probably the avos. But my point is, some of the stuff does need to be scrutinized and challenged. A lot of it. Stuff Inky was teaching, we can grow a new pancreas. Stop it. Why, God? Why, Houseway? Why are you telling people we can grow a new pancreas? You need your ass beat. I swear, you do. And I'm laughing, but when you stop and think about how many people have suffered with pancreatic issues, pancreatitis, pancreatic cancer, and you're sitting there talking about we can grow a pancreas back. What are you going to tell us next? We can grow our arms back? Oh, well, see, the information is, he saw information where some pancreatic cells regenerated in a petri dish or something like that. And he just took the lie like, we can grow our pancreas back, babies, or family. No, we can't. So, yes, some of it needs to be stopped. A lot of it. but not when people are like, oh man, I like coming on the channels and I love learning. I don't know anything, but hey, oh wait, hold on. My brother Unc, he's like me. You know, he's not some, got all these actual credentials from all these universities, but damn, he knows science. Oh, I could be like that. See what I mean? Oh, I could come in. Yeah. Oh, get him on. I knew I couldn't grow my pancreas. I was telling my boss. That his grandpa who had pancreatic cancer could grow his pancreas back. And he almost fired me. You know what I mean? So yeah, great. That's great. But then Unc, his badass kid sprouted up out of the island. And well, we are here to let you know you gotta get past us with the science, and we're the police of the science. We don't really know shit besides what we research, just like you. But he knows a lot. I'm just playing with Cedric. He knows a lot, but he doesn't know that much to where he can start making people feel like crap and talking about we have to go past you. No, we don't. If it's not harming, if it's not actually, let me say this. Let me rephrase that. We don't have to go past the pseudo killers. We have to go past everybody in the community. How's that? Nobody's delegating the pseudo killers on pseudo killer island to critique science. You could be a part of the community, but Suntan can critique it. If you can critique it, Suntan can critique it. Does that mean we don't respect? I respect doctors. I respect Dr. Daniel LaRoche. I respect I'm talking about with their work. I respect Dr. Ma'at. I respect people who have done science. They bled and cried and starved and lost sleep over getting their degrees. They humbled down. Rigorous work. I respect that immensely. And I respect if the brother has a degree, obviously I respect that as well. But that doesn't give you a green light or a pass or let me in. I have a degree. I'm a biologist. I'm a biochemist. Who can I be rating here? Tell them they're stupid today. In what context? I thought you were a scientist. In the science context, of course. Don't you know that? Have you gone mad? Anyway. So no, people have to get by. We have to get past the toughest environment, the toughest audience, the people. Now, the thing is, disclaimer, some of the predators like Inky, I'm sorry, Ali, I got to throw you in too. Some of them are disingenuous and they pray and they lie and they do things that they shouldn't do to the people. And that's why we have extra people, groups who say, I'll be the one. I'm going to come in and shit. I'm coming and saying something. And I just happen to be a pseudo killer. And then I come in and say, oh my God, I'm saying something too. And I'm not a pseudo killer. And that's okay. Because it's not just the pseudo killers that are policing the scientific information. No. Y'all can't even get off pseudo killer Gilligan's Island. Because you got the professor over there blowing shit up in piles of compost and coconut shells, and he doesn't even know what spontaneous combustion is. All right, so much left, everybody. It's late. I might as well. 5:23. All right, I'll get my 2 hours. Peace to everyone. Peace to the family. Is my mic still bad? Oh, man. Is my mic not working? Y'all didn't hear anything I said, huh? Damn. Because Lord Jefferson said mic check. You didn't hear anything? You still can't hear anything? Okay, put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. That is crazy. Oh, it's working. Okay, thank you, Tibian Gods of Chimera. I like that. Is that Chimera? My eyes. Or is that Calmera? That's Calmera or Chimera? Is that an eye? My eyes are awful. Peace, Disturbed Shaggy. I see you, Brother Law and Black Gods and everybody who's been in here. You know how you can't score. Oh, Peace, Star World. You know what, guys? Thank you for being here. I know I went in. You know I love Cedric, but I don't appreciate his BS. And he's going to have to humble down and stop acting like, stop the cap. All right? Just stop it. We love you. You're part of the community, but you're not going to. Yes, if you know more than a person, then great. But don't act like you know everything. And when somebody knows what you know or knows what you don't know, Cedric, don't sit up and act and be condescending, adding insult to injury. Just say, you know what, I don't know. I really don't know a lot about that. Brother-in-law, why do you always shake my head? Why do you do that? Is that like just a habit? Anyway, peace, family. Peace, brother-in-law. And we will talk soon. Peace in the Middle East. I just say that. But peace all over the world, especially peace in the HOK. Peace to your families. I almost went out without telling you. Damn. If you didn't get your ticket already, please get your tickets. Let me get this right here. Wait, let me get the. Please don't forget to get your ticket. Oh, excuse me. It was worth it though. I was like, oh my God, I'm so tired, but I'm going to do this. I'm going to show you the flyer of our brother who's super uber intelligent. Brother Jabari never, ever gives the energy of you're so dumb when you don't know something. It's only when you come at him sideways, like a lot of people do. And then he's like, don't forget I'm the smart one and you're not. He does that to people who deserve it, so to speak. And he does it with a smile. I got to work that. I got to work on that. I got to learn how to do it like he does it. I'm a little abrasive. I won't lie, but I have fun with it. When it's somebody like Cedric, who I don't really want anything bad to happen to him. I actually have love for Cedric, but he made me angry with this BS cap. So I went in on him, but it's all love at the end of the day. Trust me. But I am calling the pseudo killers out on their misbehavior and their disrespect to a lot of people in general. I know they mean well, disconnected from Ank's mission, because I've already clarified that they're not doing what he set out to do or what he represents. They want to be the authority and the police of all science in the community, and they want to do it in a condescending, very insulting, humiliating way for others. No, I don't think so. How does it feel? All right. Is Christianity crafted out of the Kemetic myth? Well, Brother Jabari Osazi says it is, and Dr. Richard Carrier says, I don't think so. I'm going to prove you wrong. That is today, December 23rd, 2023, at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's a $30 donation. I mean, it's worth it. This is the debate of the year, for sure. It may be the debate of many years. We will see. Peace to the darkest minds of the light. I'm going to play a song and then I'll be out. Let me play a song. Y'all want to hear my song? I'm going to play my song that I opened up with. Actually, I'm on the song. I wrote my part. But this is a friend of mine. He's on it. Okay, let me play it. Can you hear it? Wait.
Can't wait till the morning. But I promise I won't rush on you. Can't wait till the morning. I'll take my time on you. Screaming. I got you screaming. I got you screaming. I got you screaming.
All night, things are why she can't come down. Cloud nine, so Shorty, tell me what you need, tell me what you need. Shorty, meet me at the room, yeah. Number 2410. Baby, come by when you're ready. Leave the door unlocked for the ice and the Henny. Number 2410. Shorty, meet me at the room, yeah. Number 2410. Baby, come by when you're ready. Leave the door unlocked for the ice and the Henny. Number 2410.
Can't wait till the morning. But I promise I won't rush on you. Can't wait till the morning. But I swear I'll take my time on you. I got you screaming. I got you screaming. I got you screaming. I got you screaming.
You know I hate to wait. I need you right now. Trying to see how much that she can take. I'ma have her screaming out so loud. Face down and so. Promise you won't fall in love. Cause we both know entanglements get dangerous.
She wanna know how I feel, she wanna fuck with a real one. I put something in your tummy, now you all in your feelings. I put you in Gucci, you gave me that cookie. Put you in Prada, girl, I ain't no rookie. I see you looking from a mile away, from a mile away. Life's too real, we don't waste time. Keep it all in your bag, all in my bag, I'm all in my bag.
Number 2410. Baby, come by when you're ready. Leave the door unlocked for the ice and the Henny. Number 2410. Shorty, meet me at the room, yeah. Number 2410. Baby, come by when you're ready. Leave the door unlocked for the ice and the Henny. Number 2410.
Can't wait till the morning. But I promise I won't rush on you. Can't wait till the morning. But I swear I'll take my time on you. I got you screaming. I got you screaming. I got you screaming. I got you screaming.
When you come around, I want this for real, so don't let me down. This is nothing basic, so I hope you're ready. This time you chase me, I'ma let you catch me. No, I won't fight, no objection from me this time. The mood is right, do whatever to me that you like. No downtones, no danger zones, just alone with you. A wet dream with ice cream, a movie scene with you. I'm ready, a movie scene with you.
Shorty, meet me at the room, yeah. Number 2410. Come by when you're ready. Leave the door unlocked for the ice and the Henny.